Some of them may decide to do PowerPoint, some of them just may speak. And then we will have the Q&A, in which I think Dr. Appening has already covered, who will address the questions in the room. After that, we will allow the candidate to make any closing remarks and ask any questions, and then we will wrap up. I will try to keep us as much as possible on schedule so that we can get out of here on time on this Friday afternoon. Other than that, are there any questions from the committee at this time? Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So we were going to put the iPads on so that we wouldn't have to kill trees, but unfortunately, looks like we have a technical difficulty, but we'll provide those paper copies momentarily. Thank you, Ms. Gerald. Okay, Dr. Appening.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do we get this thing on?
Oh, your mic here.
Mike, thank you, madam.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, I guess we'll have, I think, Madam Chief of Staff covered everything beautifully. Everyone has their packet. As she indicated, just make sure you pull out your first scoring sheet. So at the end, Ms. Gerald will pick those up. So for today, as you see, we have 6 items, even though the last item is really not a question. So there are only 5 actual questions. And the order of those, and it's in no particular containment, but I asked our 2 presidents to lead us off. So we have our President of Faculty Senate, Dr. Dovern, will start off with question 1. Our SGA president, Mr. Gerald, will lead off with question 2. The third item deals with the community and business partnerships. I've asked Mr. Valair to handle that one. That's question 3. The fourth item really speaks to the heart of the academy. And with Dr. Marshall representing the Council of Deans, I've asked her to handle question 4. And then the last question speaks to shared governance. And for that, I've asked our illustrious and good friend and excellent faculty member, Dr. Johnson, to handle question 5. So those will be the 5 individuals today that will handle those. In terms of the scoring, there are 6 items. Maximum score is a 4, so 6 times 4. The max score would be a 24. The lowest score would be 1 times 6 would be a 6. So the ranges would be between a 6 and a 24. Other than that, Madam Chief of Staff has already handled the order in which we will go. So everyone knows that, and I'll just kind of lead off, similar drill to last time. Madam Legal Counsel, colleagues, anything you see here before we get started? We good? We good? Okay. Ms. Dawn Harris, HR side, we good? Thank you, Madam. Madam Chief of Staff, I think the committee's ready.
Okay, we will have the candidate walking in at any moment. It's Dr. Ben Latigo. Looks like he is here, so that you all know. He is also the candidates as they come. There's a schedule where they're rotating in and out with the deans as well on the 4th floor. Okay. Other than that, we will welcome Dr. Latigo. It should be.
Good morning, Dr. Latigo. How are you, sir? Very good. Very good. We'll give you a second, just do a mic check in front to make sure that everything is properly working. We'll give you about a minute, Dr. Latigo, as they pull up your presentation. So committee, we stand at ease for about a minute. Go ahead. Okay.
Is trying to get it hooked up.
Okay. All right, colleagues, we'll go ahead and officially get started. Our IT team is putting up, we'll pull up the presentation, and we have a few minutes before we get to that. So officially, good morning, Dr. Latigo, and how are you, sir? We have a very simple process. What I'll do is introduce myself, introduce members of the advisory committee, at which point, Dr. Latigo, we will give you a chance, 5 minutes to do an introduction. Following your introduction, you'll have 10 minutes to do an actual presentation. So altogether, between your introduction and your presentation, you'll have 15 minutes. That's important because after that, the committee has a set of questions that they will pose to you. And those questions will take approximately 25 minutes. So that'll bring us right to the 50-minute mark. And at that point, you'll have 5 minutes for your closing remarks. So that'll be the order for the day. So having said that, unless you have any questions, we will officially get started. My name is, well, let me begin by first saying congratulations, Dr. Latigo, for making it to this third round of the search process. We call this the in-person round for the position of Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost at Southern University and A&M College. My name is Dr. Vladimir Alexander Apeening. I serve as the Systems Vice President for Institutional Policy, Research, and Strategic Initiatives here with the Southern University system, and also as Vice Chancellor for Academic Compliance for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. I'm also an adjunct professor in public policy. And for today's deliberations, this final in-person interview, I'm also the chair of this advisory committee. And at this time, what I'll do is I'm going to ask what I think is an absolutely outstanding advisory committee that represents an excellent cross-section of our campus, from faculty, staff, and administrators. And we will begin with introductions. I'll start on my left this time, and we'll begin with Dr. Melanie Johnson.
Good morning, Dr. Latigo. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I am Melanie Johnson. I'm Associate Professor of Political Science and Co-Activity Director for Title III here at Southern University. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Carl Walton, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs. Good morning, Dr. Latigo. I'm Kevin Taylor, second finance major in computer science minor at Houston, Texas, and I serve as the 2021 and 2022 student government president.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Heather Freeman, the Executive Director of Admission and Recruitment in the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Success. Good morning. Rita Marshall, Associate Dean of the College of Agriculture, and I'm also a representative for the South Council.
Good morning, Dr. Latigo. My name is Matthew Butler. I'm CEO of Care South, and I serve as the leader of the member.
Thank you, committee members. We also have some outstanding staff who've really helped put this together, have been part of the process, and I'm going to ask at this time for them to introduce themselves. Again, I'm going to start on my left, Dr. Monaghan.
Good morning. My name is Tony Monaghan. I serve as Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness and Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Compliance.
Very good. And I will point out the fine gentleman that's putting together the IT equipment, Mr. Clorth Wilson, our Associate Director for IT Services. And of course, you met the Madam Chief of Staff for the Southern University System, Dr. Katara Williams. At this time, Dr. Latigo, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to open up with opening remarks. And then after that, you have an additional 10 minutes to actually do your presentation. Hold 1 second. Let's have, okay.
Okay, try it now.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Thank you. The name tags were confusing me until I realized it might be for the board.
That's correct.
Yes. Again, good morning and thanks for the warm welcome. I'm originally from Uganda. I went to undergraduate school at the University of Nairobi, because at that time we had a University of East Africa system where students from Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, depending on your major, you would end up in Kampala, Uganda for medicine, in Nairobi for engineering, or in Dar es Salaam if your major was low. I have never paid 1 cent for college. At the University of Nairobi, the government of Uganda sponsored me and even paid me a stipend. I first came to the United States as a graduate student, as an half-grad scholar sponsored by the US government through the Africa American Institute in New York and through the government of Uganda. Towards the end of my doctoral studies, the US cut off relations with Uganda. And because I was a J1 student, I was here on behalf of the State Department. They transitioned my status. So I remained here after graduate school. I worked in industry for 2 years. When Amin was toppled, I went back to Uganda to fulfill my obligation at Makerere University. During the 7 years we were back in Uganda, there was yet another military coup in 1986. That government that came in place in 1986 is still there today. We decided a year later we had had enough. So we came back and I assumed a tenure-track position at Arizona State. I've been in academia and remain in academia ever since. And as you can see, I've served at many state universities. I had a stint for 2 years at a private university, but I'm now back in a university system with the University System of Maryland. I appreciate this opportunity. I believe since I served for 12 years at UDC as an HBCU, this is another tremendous opportunity for me to give back. So I really appreciate being here, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your excellent introduction. And at this time, sir, Ms. Gerald, Dr. Latigo's presentation is ready. Dr. Latigo, you can proceed with your presentation.
You can do it for me. Thank you. I have only 10 brief minutes to discuss. The next slide, please. The 6 topics that were sent to me. So I will not bother you going through them one by one. I'll just present them and we'll go to the next slide. On issues of student enrollment, retention, and graduation, enrollment management in the last 20, 25 years is absolutely data-driven. If you don't know, if you don't have information on your students, you are not going to be able to manage your enrollment. If we don't have it in place, I recommend we use a CRM software to manage recruitment, admissions, and enrollment. I first need to discuss this with the Vice Chancellor for the Student Affairs. I think almost all institutions now are using one or more types of CRM software to drive their enrollment management. In terms of retention and graduation, in the past, at the other institutions, I've used the National Survey of Student Engagement to improve student services. Students often leave a campus because they are not happy with some services. It could be financial aid, it could be residence life, a variety of things. The survey gives us an opportunity to know how the students feel about the services and if there are any gaps and we could then address that. That often affects retention. In terms of graduation, I would like to use modules in the banner system. You already have banner system. There are modules in it that you can use for tracking students. From day one, with the banner system, a student will be able to know what they need to take to complete their degree. So that eases the burden of advising, because if a student at any point can log into the system and know what they have to take to complete their degree, that is most helpful. You also have the first and second year experience programs. Are these programs successful or not? If they are successful, then our retention rates should be doing much better. So I would like to review that with the responsible officers. In addition, I would like to review the class scheduling. In some cases, in a major course may be offered only once a year. If it is offered only once a year and a student misses that offering, they may be delayed by another year. So are we offering those courses required for the major in such a way as to encourage students to complete their degree? Some students start in the fall, others start in the spring. By expanding our course offerings, that will give students more opportunity to graduate. Next slide, please. On accreditation, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you for the last year's successful reaccreditation. That is a major accreditation process. With that success, we must now focus on the 5th year or 2026 review. As you know, with success with all the other regional accreditors, there is an institutional representative that is always in contact with the accreditor. You don't want SACS to find out something going on here in the news. You want to always be informing them about changes that are taking place. If you have a new president, if you have a new vice chancellor, if you have a new case, if you're changing curriculum, you always want to inform them. So I think with the success from last year, we now need to concentrate on the 5th year 2026 review. In terms of programmatic accreditation, I would like to review the status of all accredited programs with the respective deans. For programs that are eligible for accreditation but are not yet accredited, I would like to review, I would propose that we seek professional accreditation for all those programs eligible for accreditation. Next slide, please. On the issue of faculty recruitment, retention, and development, with recruitment, I would suggest that we recruit smart. Recruiting smart means that we recruit strategically. In other words, if a faculty member, say, retires from the music or English department or math department or engineering, we don't simply go and fill that slot. We have to fill it smartly, fill it strategically. And that is what I would propose. In terms of faculty retention, at this point, I have no information if this is an issue. If it is an issue, I would like to discuss it with HR and with the faculty senate to find out what the issues are. Is it salaries? Is it benefits? I know that as a system, every few years you go through a review of the faculty and staff salaries to make sure they meet the market demands. So that would be my approach. In terms of faculty development, professional development needs vary from one program to another. It varies from department to department. In this case, I would suggest that the deans review the needs of the department with the department chairs and build that into the department budget. At UDC, for instance, we built a support, I believe it was 1,500 per faculty member in each program for professional development. That would be approved by the department chair and also by the dean. And it allows for flexibility between the departments. And that can be used for training for accreditation, training for offering courses online, or even taking courses or certificates that would enhance the faculty members' performance on the campus. Next slide, please. Academic programs, I would propose a cyclical program review. In other words, if we have, say, 60 programs on the campus, if we review, say, 6 programs a year, that would take 10 years. So that's probably too much. So we would have to increase the number to perhaps 8 or so. A cyclical program review ensures that every 6 to 8 years, every program on the campus is reviewed. In the program review, you would use the internal faculty. You would also use, say, an external reviewer as part of that process. The purpose would be to determine the items you see in those bullets: strengths and weaknesses, program demand, productivity, program need, program cost. What are the costs? The costs are the faculty, any labs that are required, any special digital library holdings, for instance, that cost something. Those would be part of the costs. And we would use institutional data to determine those costs. The criteria would be drawn up jointly with the faculty senate so that no department or no program is favored. It is an across-the-board program review. Next slide, please. Community and stakeholder engagement. First, I would like to review this with the responsible vice president, vice chancellor. I believe that is the vice chancellor for research and economic development. At this point, I do not have information on the engagement with the community. But in that discussion, we would develop a list of constituents in the community, develop a comprehensive list of stakeholders, and I would propose an annual community engagement forum. That forum would allow a very dynamic exchange of views between what the university is able to do and what the needs of the community is. For instance, in a business program, is the business school involved with the small business administration? Are they offering any opportunities to the community? Next slide, please. Research and development. This is an area that I would like to first review with the Vice Chancellor for Research and Economic Development. Some of the opportunities I see include a review of contract opportunities with government agencies. As an example, at UDC, the architecture department provided a lot of services to the DC Homestead Department. The materials testing in civil engineering provided testing for all of the civil works in the District of Columbia. So those were contracts, and we would possibly have those opportunities here as well. In terms of research, I would propose recruiting tenure-track faculty that have a research mission. In addition to teaching, they will also have a research mission, and you have a balance. If you recruit faculty that know that research is part of their mission, that is an area that could promote research activity. I would also review aspects of the land grant that could provide additional resources. At this point, I do not have that information. But UDC, as an example, was an urban land grant university. An urban land grant university has a different focus. The focus is on the urban, in this case was DC, while here it is the land grant, which is more to do with agriculture. An area that can provide resources is training opportunities. Training is a big component of institutions. My current institution presently, for over a year, we have had no training because of COVID. All of the Navy agencies have gone online to do their training. The Navy itself has gone online to do their training. But that training previously accounted for 30% of our budget. So I think training opportunities would be critical to gaining resources. Last but not least, I would like to review the development goals with institutional advancement and also with the Southern University Foundation. I'm not aware at this point if the university has a capital campaign, but those are ways that you can use to gain additional resources. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your presentation. And at this time, we're doing very good on time. Actually, we're right on time. We'll begin with a series of questions that will come from the advisory committee. And the first one will be presented by our Faculty Senate President, Dr. Doverne.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo. You've answered most of the questions we were probably going to ask in the future. Thank you. But anyway, I have a brief question. Can you please describe your plan for moving Southern University forward as a 21st century institution of higher learning by fostering rigorous, high-quality academic programs, a high level of research, and grant-writing opportunities, and an environment which promotes continued professional development and training so that faculty and staff can all be part of achieving the institutional mission?
Thank you for that question. As you know, all of us now promote lifelong learning. Because of technology, because of the amount of information available there, if you do not keep up with your profession, you are going to be left behind. So it is critical that in each discipline, we have the faculty that are prepared to take the institution to the next level. The way you do that in terms of research is to hire tenure-track faculty that have a research mission. You hire faculty that understand that professional development is necessary in order to keep abreast of the developments in their field. You provide on the campus the technology to provide for learning. Last spring, overnight, we all had to transition from face-to-face to online. Some institutions were better prepared than others. Unfortunately, many of our students at home did not have the technology to be able to carry on online. In fact, some of our campuses had to create booths around the campus to allow students to hover around campus in order to get Wi-Fi. So there are many aspects in terms of the technology. But in terms of the curricula also, if I may borrow from the National Academy of Engineering for the year 2020, The recommendation was that the engineer of 2020, the curriculum needed to be multidisciplinary, not on focus, say, in civil engineering, in electrical engineering, but be multidisciplinary, involving the biosciences, involving the pure sciences, involving the social sciences. So those are the type of the curriculum we need for the future in order to keep abreast of the developments. As an example, at UDC, when I formed the Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy, I had faculty from the engineering school, but I also had faculty from the business school and from social sciences working together on the proposals going forward. And I think our Office of Research needs to be able to be able to put together support that allows faculty from the different units to collaborate. I know for the NIH, NSF, they like to see proposals that come from a multidisciplinary group of faculty. So that is what I would recommend.
Thank you, Dr. Doverne, for the question, and thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your response. The next question will be presented by our SGA president, Mr. Gerald.
My question for you is, what are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty to create an enhanced academic culture at SUBR?
Could you please repeat the last part of that question?
What are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty to create an enhanced academic culture at SUBR?
Thank you. One of the ways to enhance the culture is to involve more students in undergraduate research. As an example, at UDC, my school was a strong member of the alliance of the Washington-Hampton Roads Coalition for Minority, the LSAM program. That program allowed students to be involved in undergraduate research in the STEM disciplines, so that when they graduated, they would then continue to graduate school in those fields. So involving undergraduates in undergraduate research is really a good way. The faculty would serve as mentors. The students would be doing independent research. So it would be building their confidence in academia as well as in their discipline. So that is one way I would encourage it.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your response to that question, and thank you, Mr. President, for bringing forth that question. The third item will be presented by Mr. Belair.
Dr. Latigo, if selected in this role, what do you have in your arsenal of desired accomplishments to engender the goodwill of the community, particularly the business community that supports Southern University Baton Rouge? Please elaborate on opportunities relative to financial support to include grant and research possibilities for our faculty and staff.
Okay, thank you. First of all, at UDC, you have my CV. I think you are able to see the kind of support that I was able to garner for the faculty. At my present institution, we are in an environment dominated by NAVAIR, the Naval Air Station at Pataxas River, which employs about 3,000 persons. About 10,000 are naval, and then you have a component of another 10,000 or so civilian, and the rest are DoD contractors. Our county, the county I live in present, the St. Mary's as well as the other two. So because NAVAIR budget is like $55 billion. So it dominates everything in that area. But the counties want more independence from dependence on the Navy. So St. Mary's County Economic Development Department, for instance, every year when they put out their plan, they are looking for opportunities to collaborate with the universities to expand opportunities outside the naval areas. So you find that an institution such as mine, University System of Maryland and South Maryland, we have to work with the Chamber of Commerce. We have to work with the Tri-County Council Commission to determine the needs. We have to work with the DoD contractors to determine specific needs of support. And of course, we have to work with the Tri-County governments, St. Mary's, Charles, and Calvert counties. So in that arena, you see that an important component of our responsibility is working very, very closely with the community, the business community, to determine the needs. One of those needs right now is in the area of cybersecurity. The defense agencies, NAVAIR itself, cannot recruit enough cybersecurity professionals. But their requirements in terms of citizenship, requirements in terms of getting clearance, works against them because the business community don't have those requirements. So anyone that is trained by institutions in the area prefer to go to the business community. St. Mary's County has the airport area, the St. Mary's County Regional Airport, has been designated as an innovation district with USMSM serving as the educational hub. So we are working very, very closely with the county to design that innovation hub, which involves the university system, the county, the DoD agencies in that area, and the aviation business community to support this type of initiative. So I think you can see that having this experience working with different agencies, government agencies, is very, very helpful going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your response, and thank you, Mr. Valair, for bringing that question. The next item will be presented by Dr. Marshall.
Good morning again. Over here.
Good morning.
Okay. Currently, academic affairs serves as one of the most critical areas on the Southern University's Baton Rouge campus. If selected for this position, what would be the priorities and/or innovative ideas in which academic affairs can champion while working with other essential areas on campus, such as student affairs, enrollment management, auxiliary services, and the Southern University System Foundation?
Thank you. Could you repeat the first part of the question, please?
Sure. If selected for the position, what would be the priorities and/or innovative ideas in which academic affairs can champion while working with other essential areas on campus?
Thank you. My experience is that academic affairs needs to work with all units on the campus. Academic affairs budget is probably, say, 70% of the budget of the university. Regardless whether we are in student affairs, academic affairs, the economic development, the offices are there to serve the needs of the students and the community. So the provost must be involved in all the activities on the campus. And I see from the org chart that I have that in fact that is the intent of the university. And I come from a background where I have been fortunate to work with the leadership on the campus. I've been able to work with the advancement office, and in your case also with the foundation. At UDC, we initially only had a foundation, UDC Foundation, but in another administration, the advancement office was also created. So it would be similar to what you have here. You have an advancement office, but you also have an independent foundation. The advancement office would serve to champion the advancement needs of the university and leave the actual fundraising to say, the foundation. So I think I'm happy to see that the structure presently Dr. Belton has put together supports this what you're articulating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Marshall, for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. Dr. Latigo, as you know, the word shared governance is the new buzzword in higher education today. So can you share an example of how you would integrate and promote shared governance on the SUBR campus to better engage faculty in critical decisions relative to the advancement and progression of the SUBR campus?
Thank you. Although shared governance is a buzzword, now, for me, it is not something new. When we returned from Uganda at Arizona State, I was on a campus which is non-unionized. Because it is a very large campus, it is non-unionized. The governance model there is a shared governance. I was a faculty senator. Everything is brought to the Senate. In fact, our shared governance model was so strong, and of course, Arizona State being so large, as a member of the Senate, I was also on a select committee that negotiated benefits with the providers, health benefits with the providers. So that perhaps is an extraordinary shared governance model. The opposite of that are institutions where you have a unionized faculty and a unionized staff. An example is UDC. UDC, the staff are unionized mostly under AFSCME, while the faculty are unionized under the NEA. So there, the shared governance aspect excludes you have a two-tier shared governance model there. The model dealing with terms and conditions of employment is handled by the union, while issues of academic affairs, operations are handled through shared governance. In other words, the university, if there are issues, say, for campus master planning and so on, those would be brought through the faculty senate and discussed openly. But for issues dealing with labor relations, those are not governed by shared governance. You would deal with the collective bargaining agreement for each of the units. So I have experience covering a very wide example of shared governance. One of my predecessor institutions, Daniel Webster College, the parent company was a private for-profit institution. They had a corporate model of governance, and that corporate model conflicted with the requirements of the regional accreditor, NIASC. Not long before I was at Dana Webster, I proposed a model of shared governance with the faculty that was adopted and accepted by NIASC. Before then, the faculty had no voice. So in this model that we propose, having issues go through the faculty senate before they adopted was a model that NIASC has changed name now. It is NECHE now, and was successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, for bringing forth this question. Dr. Latigo, this kind of brings us to the conclusion of the question and answer forum. And at this time, we are prepared to receive your closing remarks. You have approximately 5 minutes to provide your closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to, again, appreciate the honor of being invited for this on-campus interview. I appreciate being here very much. I look at this opportunity as an opportunity to give back. About 20 years ago, when a colleague nominated me for the deanship at UDC, I did not know UDC. Yet, at least 3 times a year, I would be traveling to DC to review proposals by the Department of Education, by the NSF, and other agencies. So when the proposal was at UDC and I started doing my homework, I found that it was an institution, an HBCU, that was made up of 3 predecessor institutions dating back to 1861. I said, gee whiz, this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to give back. So I look at this opportunity as even an enhanced opportunity because it is the only HBCU system, higher education system in the country. From the first interview to this one, I've done quite a bit of homework. I do not have many questions remaining. So I will end my remark by saying that I'm looking forward to the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Latigo. And in terms of next steps, just so you know, this committee, upon conclusion of today's affairs, will recommend 3 individuals unranked to the President Chancellor. And at that point, it will be in the President Chancellor's hands, and this committee would have completed its work. So any further communication will come through the Office of the President Chancellor. Colleagues, any questions, any other comments at this time? Okay. If not, Dr. Latigo, we want to thank you so much for taking time to join us today. Congratulations again to making it to this 3rd round, this in-person round of the interview process, and we wish you well on your future endeavors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we are officially adjourned. With this candidate, we'll stand at ease until our next candidate comes forth.
Or are you going to just speak?
I do, I have EVC.
Wonderful. We still have a little time, we still have 5 minutes.
Okay, good.
Okay, we'll take the next 5 minutes to get Dr. Grimes set up, and committee, if you could, go ahead and turn in your scoring sheets, and let's get ready for the next session to start promptly at 10. Actually, it's 10:15, huh?
No, 9:54. Oh, for her, yeah, we had a good time. But we can start at 10.
Y'all okay with starting early? Thank you. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda right before give somebody a second.
Yes. So then once we have that, we go for candidate interviews and person report.
You can say at this time is the public.
Sure. That's what we're looking at.
Yep.
Okay. Now we're done. Ahead of time, we're still missing a couple of individuals. Okay. Ms. Jerome, would you check the back to make sure if we have any committee members, ask them to come up to the front, please?
I know, I have.
Yeah, we can see. I think, Dr. Grimes, if you stay at ease for a couple of minutes, we have one committee member who stepped out, so we'll get started shortly. Okay, Dr. Grimes, we're ready to get started. You good? Okay. All right. Well, then, good morning, Dr. Grimes, and welcome to Southern University, and welcome to the Jaguar Nation. And I want to say on a personal note, congratulations on behalf of this committee for making it to the third and in-person round of the search process for the position of Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost for Southern University and A&M College. My name is Dr. Vladimir Alexander Apeening, and I serve in a dual role here at Southern University. At the systems level, I serve as the Vice President for Strategic Planning, Policy, and Institutional Effectiveness. And on the Southern University Baton Rouge campus, I serve as Vice Chancellor for Academic Compliance and the Chief SAC-COC Accreditation Liaison. And at this time, for the purpose of today's deliberations, I also serve as Chair of this advisory search committee for this position search. We have, I think, one of the best and absolutely outstanding committee that was assembled that represents a cross-section of this campus from faculty, students, staff, and community representation. And at this point, I'm going to ask the members to introduce themselves, and I will start on my left with Dr. Melanie Johnson.
Good morning. I am Melanie Johnson, Associate Professor of Political Science and Co-Activity Director for a Title III program here.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes McGreer. I'm Carl Walton, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes. I am Kevin Taylor Joy II, a rising senior majoring in finance with a minor in computer science from Houston, Texas, and I will serve as the 2021-2022 Student Government Association President for next year.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes. I'm Renita Marshall. I'm the Associate Dean for the College of Agriculture, Family and Consumer Sciences, and I'm the representative for the Academic Dean's Council.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes. My name is Oswald Lamert, and I represent the faculty.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes. My name is Matthew Valer, CEO of CareSoft, and I'm the community member on the committee.
And Dr. Grimes, the work of this committee could not be possible with the absolutely able leadership of our Chief of Staff. So I'm going to, at this point, ask her to introduce herself and also other members who have been great support staff to the search process. Madam Chief of Staff.
How kind of you, my colleague, Dr. Apeening. Good morning, Dr. Grimes. I'm Katara Williams. I'm the Chief of Staff. Also, Ms. Heather Freeman, who's our Director of Admissions, also serves on the committee. She just stepped out for just a moment.
Good morning. My name is Tony Monaghan. I serve as Associate Vice President for the Southern University System and Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic. Vice Chancellor of Academics.
Okay, that captures everybody. At this time, Dr. Grimes, a little bit about the process, and we're doing very good on time. So we'll give you approximately 5 minutes to introduce yourself. Then we'll give you approximately 10 minutes to go into your presentation, give us an overview. After that, we have a second portion to this, which will be a Q&A, where members of the advisory committee will have some questions for you. And then at the very end, we'll close with your closing comments. So at this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Grimes if you would offer up your introductory comments.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for this opportunity to come to such a great institution to talk about ways to continue to not only sustain but to futurize what you have in your strategic plan to go forward. I think that at this time,
Dr. Grimes, pause for a second. I don't think your mic is hot. Chlorith, oh, you got it, okay. This is being live streamed. We want to make sure that our internal and external constituencies get to hear every precious word that you have to share with us. So if you would start again, Dr. Grimes, with your introduction.
Sure. Again, thank everyone for this opportunity to come and talk to you about futurizing what I think is one of the greatest institutions that has continued to serve the community for many, many years. And I think that this is a ripe and a short time for HBCUs to really engage in not only rethinking where we are, but to take where we are forward to the next level. So what I'm going to do really is just kind of hit the highlights of my my presentation here, which is probably much longer than 10 minutes, but I'm going to hit the highlights, and you can ask me questions about it in the Q&A. So I'm going to try to get it right. So I hit the, oh, yeah. Okay, mission critical areas. In the letter that you all gave to me, you mentioned what the areas were that you wanted me to talk about today. And I named them mission critical because these areas are not only critical to this institution, but really critical to those institutions who are looking to grow and looking for growth factors. And looking at all of these factors holistically will really give you an opportunity to sit back and evaluate what are the programs and processes going forward that we need to strongly look at so that we can continue to see growth in our areas. So as you know, I always start with a philosophical question of where are we right now? COVID-19 is the disruptor. It is a disruption. And this disruptor really has become the driver to creativity. From spaces we didn't know about or didn't think we were ready for, institutions met that challenge. Students met that challenge. And so the disruption gave us an opportunity to look at what we could do with very little preparation. And the disruption also made us look at our processes that we could, going forward, begin to implement to continue to grow. So one of the things I really want to hit on the disruption, and we all know about safety and safety protocols, but I think the demographic of student that has traditionally been the HBCU demographic, the 18 to 25-year-old student, that particular population is shrinking. It's just shrinking naturally. And so the adult learner and the part-time learner are really the enrollment drivers that are going to drive higher education enrollment over the next 10 years. Reskilling. We all know that 1 out of 5 jobs over the next 10 years is going to be technology-based. We need to make sure that we're giving our students those opportunities to engage in technology-based education to upskill. And last but not least, students want to, whether they are adult learners or they're traditional students, they want an opportunity to feel a part of the institution, even in digitized spaces. Even if they're out there in cyberland, they want an opportunity to engage with the college for the experience. And so that Jaguar experience being expanded is a very important thing for students going forward. Next, the student enrollment trends of HBCU students, and I'm just gonna hit the highlights. First of all, students are looking for fluid options. They want on-ramps and off-ramps to the curricular program. Okay, I had to stop out because I had sickness in the family. I had to stop out for this reason or that reason. Is there a clear pathway for that student to come back and engage with Southern in a way that they don't have to feel like they're starting all over again?
This is an important factor for growth. Next, academic programs with apprenticeships that lead to high-paying careers. We all know that low-income and low SES students are looking for ways to increase their economic viability. So therefore, embedding strategically within curricular programs gives students an opportunity to gain a credential so they can go to work if they have to stop out. Life happens. So you have something that you left with that's viable, so that when you come back to the university, you come back and pick up where you left off, but you also gain some skills. And last but not least, hubs to connect in the digital environment. Recently, one of the largest groups that works with enrollment management, that is part of ACT, talked about the fact that without TikTok, you can't run an effective enrollment management program. TikTok has become the new platform that everyone is using to reach out to students. Students will look at a TikTok video before they'll go to Facebook, before they'll go to Instagram. Those marketing tools are very, very important. And so using those digital environments is really important to expanding our way of doing things. So the next thing I want to talk about is the blockchain movement. As many of you know, blockchain, or the mathematics or the science of blockchain, is based on cryptology, and it's based on decentralizing the ledger. For those of you who are finance or business persons, usually as a CPA, you'll have a ledger that is centralized, and from it, it acts like the root of the tree, where all things come together. But the blockchain environment takes the centralized ledger out of the equation and lets revenue or different streams be fluid. And so the whole movement from the American Council on Education and those institutions that are really working on this have really found that the blockchain, or decentralizing things, really is the new wave of this 21st century post-COVID survival mechanism, is to decentralize many options. And so a blockchain mentality means that along the way, students are able to gain access from multiple points. That Southern becomes a place for lifelong learning. I just don't get my bachelor's here. I can go from a bachelor's to a doctorate here. But there are many ways for me to come in and out of the university without losing time. It is affordable. The other thing I'm going to talk about today is different price points, because the reality is that a lot of people are going to come back for non-degree. They may start as non-degree, but that has to be a different price point than the degree or the degree-seeking student, because you have to make it affordable. The other thing is Pell eligible 18 and 21-hour certificates. Those are Pell eligible, and the student does not have to be degree seeking to get that. Hands-on experience. Students want to be able to say, I had the opportunity to work at or to do an apprenticeship at IBM, and IBM is not interested in hiring me. Or I had an opportunity to do this apprenticeship out of the country, or I had a chance to go to California and do something for a summer. Students want to engage in the process early on. They don't want to wait till they're seniors to do it. They want to see, hands-on and experience early on in the academic program. And the curriculum needs to be fluid, meaning that students have an opportunity. What if I don't like this major? My mom told me I should be a doctor, and I wanted to be a doctor, but I can't pass Math 101. I've taken it 3 times. Well, maybe you need to rethink what you want to do, but we have other options. So I think that the curriculum has to be fluid enough so that the student doesn't lose that much time or credit hours on the way to another choice. Next, I'm going to talk about, did I skip one? Sorry. Nope. Okay. There we go, retention strategy. So the thing about, and I'm just going to highlight this, the key to retention strategies is to drill deep enough down into your data to find out where the pressure points are the students stop out. Are they stopping out at this gate or this gate? Or are there a combination of things that serve as pressure points where students stop out? And do we have catch-alls in place to help that student continue with the program? I think that those are really important data to really have in a dashboard format that's shareable amongst departments. So we can see where those pressure points are and begin to address them earlier ahead of the pressure point, as opposed to catching that pressure point after it's happened. And I want to talk about interdisciplinary studies as a way for students to regain multiple credit hours. You have some interdisciplinary studies programs now, but I think that expanding that and going to a 4+1 model engages a student in a master's degree. And what that does is give students not only capabilities to continue the learning environment, but earn at a higher level. And as the academic institution or the academic enterprise, we continue to earn from credit hour production. And so we have to think of things in a more expanded environment. So the blockchain learning environment is about not just generating revenue, but it's about results through matriculation and completion. Because the blockchain really, when you decentralize it, the goal here is for the student to not only graduate, matriculate, continue with lifelong learning, but that student goes on to bring other students or recruitable management ways. They went to work somewhere and they said, I had a good situation at Southern. You ought to try it. The student tries us out. The student really likes what they're doing and what they see. And that goes on to be a larger way to recruit and retain students. I talked about micro-credentials being embedded in the curriculum and add-on programs that are Pell eligible. But I also think that decentralizing transcripts means that we give students credit for prior learning. The current standard of a unit of credit is being kind of blown up of a way of a student to demonstrate his or her competencies with a course. And there's more than one way to demonstrate a course competency beside testing or writing a paper. Can we look at differentiated ways for students to demonstrate competency within the learning environment? That is the wave of post-COVID. The other thing that people are talking about is giving prior learning credit, and the American Council on Education has served as a clearinghouse to give students prior learning credit so they can matriculate through the program faster. So this is another mechanism to help students graduate and matriculate through the program. Accreditation strategies. You all have a very fine, as I took a look at what you're doing to promote an evidence-based culture of decision-making. Really, as I saw what you were doing currently, it's a matter of continuing to have that matrix of instructional, supplemental instruction. And I'll tell you why. The matrix of supplemental instruction gives you evidence that when the student engaged in this or that particular mechanism of supplemental instruction, that you can demonstrate or correlate it to the student being able to pass. Instead of repeating the class, they were able to do that because they were part of supplemental instruction. The matrix of supplemental instruction really gives you an evidence-based embedded kind of assessment to see if these instructional practices or strategies really have bearing to help students pass courses. The next thing is, of course, the momentum year model, which you all have already instituted with 15 to finish. But the academic success coaching and advising model works as a way to use a rubric as a manner of assessment to look at students from a mentorship capacity in coaching. Advisement may be one part of it, but if a student had a mentor or an academic success coach that was embedded in the program, then we could see if there's any causation between that student engaging and that student not only even persisting more, but that student coming out with outcomes that exceed our baseline goal. And then, of course, experiential learning opportunities for students where faculty and students have an opportunity to conduct research that is already embedded in the curriculum. And that is an evidence-based paradigm that people are really working with more and more. Are there opportunities for students in agriculture or students with the law center to have more clerkships? Are there opportunities for students to engage with professors and mentors maybe on another level so that that intellectual property that is gained from possibly that research becomes part of the Southern legacy? Those are things very important going forward that really make or take Southern to the next level of futurizing what you want to do. And faculty recruitment, retention, and development. I've always, in previous roles, used members of professions to become really the heart of our practitioner search. Because students want to have the opportunity to work with people who've actually done it and work with people who are practitioners who can say, well, I'm already over there. I can bring some students over and we can do thus and so. Sometimes the engagement with the practitioner and the scholar adds to the student's total experience and immersion with the curriculum. They work together. And so a lot of times I'll use a targeted search plan so that I can balance within a department your practitioners with your scholars. And to support meaningful faculty development. Right now, a lot of faculty, some have a lot of comfort level with the online digital environment and some don't. And that's okay. I know that the hybrid model works really well with folks who are not comfortable yet in the digitized platform, WebNet, or that real-time kind of teaching. I had an instructor who didn't like to show her face at all and only show the whiteboard that she wrote from. And students actually cried out one day, can we see you? And she didn't want to be seen. You have a lot of folks with trepidation about real time and live. You have folks with who feel like they're on camera and I don't want to be on camera. Or folks that are not sure they want to put the course out there on Moodle or on Blackboard and, okay, read these chapters and write these papers, and that's it. And so students are not sure how to engage with that because you shift the students. Students are actually traumatized from this kind of shift. And when you shift a student like that, and then that's what they get. But then the question is, did they get the competencies that they needed to go on to the next course and be successful? So you have to look at all of those elements of how we're teaching on the platform to make sure that we think outside the box. Some of those softwares are very expensive, especially lab tech is an expensive one. But students are actually able to do lab assignments online with that software. And a lot of students are having fun with that. But we have to help instructors use it because some instructors are trepidatious about using it. And to take the fear and be patient and help folks learn how to use it. That's why I say leveraging practitioners with scholars is a good way to dive into this digitized platform with much more success on the student side. So going on to accreditation strategy. Next. Academic program design. I think this is an area that um, when you build concentrations from your existing programs, you are saving money and leveraging time and giving students opportunities to generate more, uh, not just credit hours, but generate more time with that actual learning environment. When you build a concentration from your existing program, you're saying that we have the expertise within our department to support expanding our vision beyond just the concentrations that we have. I think another really big issue is graduate enrollment or the graduate school. You currently have some great graduate programs, but there's some other programs that you could actually pull from the programs you already have to expand them out, such as the EDS and the EDD and educational leadership. And that is needed. There's a big need for trained principals and superintendents. Those programs can be completely online. You already have the infrastructure by which to do it. So I think that, leveraging MOUs with K-12 is a good way to begin to design strategies that leverage what you already have that are not cost prohibitive. So what I did, I took the liberty of looking at your current programs. And the current program you have right now, computer science, I said, wow, a lot of students are interested in artificial intelligence. The U.S. Department of Labor posits that the need for trained persons in artificial intelligence is so great, they cannot find enough talent to meet the need. We're just at that level. And I looked at the computer science curriculum and I looked at ABET's standards. ABET is the national accrediting body. I looked at those standards and said, what classes do you already have, quote unquote, in the catalog or on the books that you could put together for a concentration? You already have it. You're not spending money. You already have it. All of these courses you already offer. They're already on your books. You already offer them. You could have right now a concentration in AI, robotics, and gaming. All of these courses are on yours. They're already on your catalog. The only required course, and because I'm not a computer science major, that I didn't see was natural language processing. And I'm sure you probably have a course that's like that I just didn't recognize it. But you have everything you need for an 18-hour concentration right now. Right now. So what I'm saying is looking in the house first for what you need and then going beyond. The next program I looked at was because one of the things is I looked at your enrollment trends is that about 10% of your undergraduate enrollment comes in undeclared. And if you added that up in dollars and cents, those students are strongly at risk of stopping out early on. But I took a look at organizational leadership. The AACSB model for that is fairly simplistic. Most of the students you already have a 39-hour or 42-hour gen ed core already in your curriculum. So you don't have to work on that. You already have a gen ed curriculum. That's 42 hours. 39 hours of organizational leadership, and that's a hodgepodge of courses in management, leadership, and other areas. And then 39 hours of electives, which students probably have already on their transcript. Actually, a student could come from any institution with 101 credits and come here and take the 39-hour core in organizational leadership and graduate from Southern. It's a 120-hour program. So what I'm saying is there are multiple ways to look at offering curriculum so that students have something. This way, a student can have certificates embedded in the electives and project management, which is going to be big, information systems, or criminal justice. So there are ways to reconfigure what you already have without spending money to go out and create programs that you could leverage with other institutions around you. And so the research agenda. And please let me know if I'm
You're almost there on time, so
Okay.
if you wrap up the
I will
research,
wrap
that'd be
it
good.
up. The research agenda, just to highlight, the Louisiana Economic Development 2020 report reported that by 2035, the offshore wind capacity is slated to bring $70 billion of new capital and 45,000 jobs directly to the state and to the Baton Rouge region. That's huge. That's big. And so the question is, how can, with what you already have in your departments with agricultural, soil, fisheries, and ocean studies, how can you use any of those things to be a part of the research that's going to be needed to lay that offshore wind capacity platform? They will need researchers. They will need workers. They will need programs in this area. I think that co-op agreements, for those of you who know about grants, co-op agreements would be the way to capitalize on that OSW platform. Because a co-op agreement would give you, as the LEA or as a person who is going to contract to provide a service to them, also gives you an opportunity to engage in research with what they are doing. And of course, the CDC research on minority health, I actually input a grant here that's going to close on July 9th with things that you are already doing. I was just so impressed with what you all are doing in your nursing program, and that, what this institution does to supply our healthcare workers, not only in this state, but beyond, is just incredible. So there are ways to do that. I wish I had more time to talk about that. And last but not least, as you all probably can tell, I'm very much about
You have a few minutes, Dr. Grimes. We're doing okay on time, so
Okay.
keep on.
On revenue development. Rethinking campus space. How much space do you have that you could lease out and actually generate revenue from it? Not only space for research, space for other kinds of classes from other institutions. I know a institution that leases out a good deal of space for classroom and housing for a religious college to award folks with the Doctor of Divinity. So there are ways to rethink how can we use the campus space as a driver to bring in multiple streams of income, because most HBCUs are tuition driven, with our states continuing to decline or diminish the millage or the percentage that each student is supported by. If you are tuition driven, then you have to find ways to continue to drive either tuition or to drive additional streams of income. So, and I talked about differentiated tuition models, because the student who's going to come in as a non-degree or part-timer is not going to be able to pay that same tuition price. And so you'll have to have a differentiated price or price point so that that student can meet that price point. And again, I said, if you have Pell eligible certificate and short-term programs, you can still differentiate that price, but the student doesn't use up so much of their Pell. So, you're being responsible with that. And of course, investment in minority business programs. You just got a huge gift about entrepreneurship and starting that hub. I was just really impressed by that. And so how can the minority driver of business, how can you use what you already have to create a hub for entrepreneurship and use SBA or small business funds in order to do that? And so those are ways that you continue to advance in the community. And you all don't know me, but I love to give scholarship galas. And I've done one for years called Queens with Crowns, and we all wear the really big hats. And we come in on those scholarship luncheons and we raise money for non-traditional students. And I've raised quite a bit of money with that. The Call Me Mr. program, which is a program that encourages young Black males to be K-12 educators. Those scholarship luncheons, people give to those. And I play golf and love to have a women's golf tournament to raise a lot of money. And the silent auction of art, this is an arts-infused area in Baton Rouge. And silent auction of art, I have seen it bring in quite a bit of money. So there are other ways that the academic enterprise can continue in revenue development and work very much hand in hand with development to bring in additional funds for scholarships for students. And so that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your introduction and for a very insightful presentation. Thank you for that. So we will proceed to the second part of our discussion today, and that's a Q&A session. And we will begin with the first item that will be presented by our Faculty Senate President, Dr. Doverne.
Dr. Graham, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I have a brief question, well, a little lengthy one. So. The question reads, can you please describe your plan for moving our campus forward as a premier 21st century institution of higher learning that fosters rigorous, high-quality academic programs, a high level of research and grant opportunities, and an environment which promotes continued professional development and training so that faculty and staff can be a part of achieving the institutional mission?
That's a lot to unpack. But I'll try to do that. So your strategic plan really gives the impetus to drive the institution forward. And I will say that as I talked about earlier, COVID being, or the pandemic being the driver of creativity, people are now thinking outside of the box of having more than one career in their lifetime. Some jobs will never come back. And people are thinking about the future and the uncertainty of future. But I think that Southern, who has lasted through many years of uncertainty and continues to really be a bulwark here, I think that given the opportunity that you have right now to build on the rigor of programs that you already have and to build on the foundation that you have with stellar faculty, people who I saw in the news, the young lady who was lauded for her work in agriculture. She said she wanted other young girls to be able to dig in the dirt and be a part of that. I think that the opportunity to spread the word even more really helps to futurize the institution and responding to market needs. We talked about the fact that some faculty are uncomfortable with the medium, but because those faculty who've taught here for many, many years add intellectual worth to the institution. And so the way that they teach it and what they have to offer is so much that maybe junior faculty or other practitioners could learn from them and take their knowledge and use it to go forward. And so I think that is a gift that you have people who've been here for many, many years. And I think that students play a big part in the fact that giving them a voice and giving them opportunities to really tell us what we're doing really well and what they would like to see. As you saw when I opened up my presentation, I started with saying, what do students want? What do they want? And what they really want is an opportunity to engage in a learning environment that is cutting edge. They want the opportunity to be at a place where the institution embraces what the industry environment, the way that it's going. Students who are first generation students, the first thing you hear them say sometimes is, how is this going to help me get a job? You hear it every day. And so how do we present our learning environment in a way where it says, you know what, this will help you get a job? And I think that builds on the rigor that you already have. So to complete unpacking that question, I think that the communication and opening up the environment for people to have questions, to make, to give ideas and to move on those ideas, I think really futurize this institution, and being able to listen to that and actually make it happen, I think is what's going to take the institution forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Doverin, for presenting this question. The next item will be presented by our SGA president, our student government leader, Mr. Jarrell.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for taking the time out to interview with us today. The question I have for you is, what are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty to create and enhance academic culture at our Baton Rouge campus?
Thank you. That's a good question. So as a student, I know that a lot of times you all, after the block of courses between 10 and 2, sometimes students have a lot of time on their hands. And I think that what separates a good institution from a great institution is those opportunities to not only work with faculty, but paraprofessional faculty who do not only research, but do other things in the industry, giving you that opportunity and having real planned opportunities for you to work with these persons outside of class engages you. And I think when those things happen, when those paraprofessionals and faculty work together, I think by the time you, the student, gets to work with that individual, you are tuned in and turned on, and light bulb moments happen for you. And that's the difference between those institutions where there's a great deal of engagement and others that are not. And I really think that what I bring to the table is the creativity to think about, how can I put these persons together with these students and marry them up with the faculty so students have more to do after 3 o'clock? And how do you make tutoring or tutorials or supplemental instruction fun, engaging? It's not, we just went to a little room somewhere that's, dimly lit, and, that it's almost like an event. I visited a campus in Maryland, and it was almost like an event that was going on in there, and those students were just in tutoring sessions. So I think that making it alive for students is really important. And the resources, it doesn't take as much resources as you would think to do that, but it does take a little work on ingenuity side and to get some students involved. The other thing I can't wait to do is to have not an app contest, but an app hub where students come together every day and work on apps. Students are looking to make the next big $5 million off an app. And to give students an opportunity to work in groups, to work on apps and other things that they're really, really interested in doing, that's not just student-led, but directed by persons in the industry. I think that's where the disconnect comes. We say students, okay, students, y'all go over there and have this hub with apps, and the students get together and they start, but they're not sure what to do after that. And so you need a practitioner there to help guide students through that process. And I think that's where the engagement comes in. So to answer that question with one word, it's engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your response, and to our SGA president for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Mr. Valaire.
Good morning, Dr. Grimes.
Good morning.
If selected for this position, what do you have in your arsenal of desired accomplishments to engender the goodwill of the community, particularly the business community to support Southern University Baton Rouge? Please elaborate on the opportunities relative to financial support to include grant and research possibilities for our faculty and staff.
Thank you. That's a good question. So in my arsenal right now, I have the experience of working with the chamber. I have experience working with legislators. I have the experience of working with small grantors. I've even worked with Catholic Charities at one time to bring in monies to help students. So in my arsenal is a varied approach to reaching out within the community to support the academic enterprise. And I think my strongest suit is my relationship with K-12. That is a very strong suit for me. And that relationship is really about strengthening K-12 and finding out from them where some of the gaps are, because our students come directly from our K-12 institutions, and many of them come with different levels of preparedness that make it hard sometimes once we get to certain classes that students don't have sometimes certain foundational skills, and then they go directly into remediation. And so that relationship with K-12 gives me an opportunity to look at their curriculum, where their gaps are, and so that I can get ahead of finding out what we need to do on our end to meet students where they are and get them to the next level. And so it's very important that students get the opportunity or exposure to higher ed really starting at 8th, 9th grade. You know, to really start it in middle school and really work with K-12 in supporting the higher ed effort. A lot of times K-12 doesn't realize that their support of the higher ed effort goes beyond just counselors telling you, you know, what school you can go to. But supporting that effort means that you support the curriculum and that you support students being ready and prepared. And if they are not in some area, how can we fill in that gap? And that goodwill really does translate into students who are successful and who are retained and matriculate once they come to Southern. And so, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your response, and thank you, Mr. Valaire, for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Dr. Marshall.
Dr. Grimes, currently, academic affairs serves as one of the most critical areas on the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. If selected for this position, what would be the priorities and/or innovative ideas in which academic affairs can champion while working with other essential areas on campus, such as student affairs, enrollment management, auxiliary services, and the Southern University System Foundation?
Thank you. That's a big question to unpack. So the priorities really come directly from your mission statement. And the priority that's always at the forefront is an old paradigm from financial aid called ability to benefit. Anybody remember that? Ability to benefit means that if the student engages with us, that the student will benefit from this instruction, and that we do it in a holistic way where the student is able to build a life or a lifetime of learning as a result of him or her being a part of the Southern family. So the priority, or the first priority, is always to make sure that there is integrity in the programming, the academic programming, and to make sure that there are facilities, faculty, and all of those other accoutrements in place so that the student has a safe and a safe place to study, a a well lit, not only just safe from COVID-19, but safe from external attacks, internal attacks, because those are all priorities too, to make sure that folks are safe, so that we can go on with our enterprise. But I think that other areas, such as making sure that those classroom and other learning spaces are inviting environments, and to make sure that those environments, that the labs or whatever those environments may be, are environments that are inviting to students. So now that we have digital environments, how do we make sure that we have enough broadband, enough space, enough capacity? Because capacity building is another good problem to have. As the pandemic is going to change things and more students are going to want to come back for credentials. We got these new credentials. We got all these things for you to engage with us. Now we have to capacity build to make sure that we have all of the things for you to be successful. The software for a lot of that stuff is pricey. It is expensive. I don't think it's cost prohibitive, but it really does give Southern, or increases Southern's brand to engage in it. And so those are things that are priorities. And I think that engagement with student affairs is something that I've always done. Student affairs and academic affairs work hand in hand. Those co-curricular activities are part of what makes that student's experience a really great experience. And now that we have a digital platform by which to do that, how do we do that in a way that would bring the 18-year-old and the 45-year-old together? That is something that institutions are grappling with. How do we bring both of those demographics together, and that they have camaraderie, they have ways to integrate, they can give to each other or exchange with each other on digital platforms? And how do we bring a hybrid into the mix? Are we using hybrid as much as we actually can and bring people back safely in stages? And so those two things working hand in hand are very important. And I think the last part of that question was about faculty. I was writing fast.
Yes, yes.
So supporting faculty in those roles, I think communicating with faculty and letting them know that these are the priorities, and that open line of communication is so important. Faculty want to know, they want to be abreast of where we're going and how we're getting there, and how you play such a major part in that. And so I really strongly believe that open lines of communication with faculty is a very important part of that process of success. And so I think that those are briefly some ways to engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Marshall, for bringing forth that question. The fifth question, Dr. Grimes, comes from Dr. Johnson.
Hi, Dr.
Hi,
Grimes.
Dr.
Can you share an example of how you would integrate and promote shared governance on the SUBR campus to better engage faculty in critical decisions, which you just spoke about, relative to the advancement and progression of SUBR?
Thank you. I will carefully say that shared governance is a paradigm that everybody has to understand the ground rules of what shared governance is and what it is not. And once everyone understands what that means, then each party in that role understands the responsibility. So to whom much is given, much is required. So in shared governance, the responsibility on both ends, that both ends carry a certain weight. And if one weight tips another the other way, you have off balance. And so shared governance is an opportunity to engage in assessment, because shared governance means that we're getting feedback to know about what's working and what's not working. We're addressing that feedback, coming up with policies and procedures to address it, initializing or initiating that, and then finding out, did that work? Did that not work? How did that work? But to understand that every idea that's going to come from faculty or staff or students, every idea is an important one. We may not be able to do that one in 2021, 22, but we can get to that one in 23. So everybody, I really think that giving value and worth to everything that comes to the table is important. And I think I tend to, sometimes I listen to the quieter voices as opposed to the louder ones. Still waters run deep. And so sometimes I take internal cues from the lesser voices. Because the lesser, sometimes I want to give every person the opportunity to express without feeling that their expression doesn't mean as much as someone else's expression, because that person has a valid expression. And shared governance means that the leadership honors the louder voices and the quieter voices too. So I think shared governance is about each party understanding their responsibility and what the expectation is. And once we agree on that, we can go forward. I think that the purpose of shared governance is really to better not only the rigor of our programs, but really works with the sustainability of the institution. You know, shared governance means that you may not have the highest turnover as you had with the other at another institution, because people really want to feel that they have a part in the decisions that are made. And to be honest, sometimes when folks will say, that's a good idea, we're not going to be able to do that in 21, 22 because of these costs of these prohibits right now. But let's keep this on the table. And can I get you in a leadership role to work on this as we bring it forward for the next fiscal year? I think giving folks leadership opportunities in the shared governance environment is a way that everybody feels that they contributed to the futurizing of Southern. And that's, I see shared governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes, for your response to the question. And thank you, Dr. Johnson, for bringing forth this question. And at this time, Dr. Grimes, this brings us to a close to the Q&A portion. I want to thank you for your very considerate responses to the questions that were brought to you. And I want to thank the committee for, I think, a series of outstanding questions that they brought forth to the candidate. And so at this time, Dr. Grimes, you have a chance to present your closing remarks.
Sure. I want to pose my closing remarks in the form of a question, if that's okay with everybody. So if I ask you, and one of the things that as soon as I got on this campus, Jaguar Pride is like, this is Jaguar Nation. You have stepped on Jaguar Nation. And I think that that means so much to so many people. It means something to them, for their families, for so many people who've been with this institution for so long. So my question to you is, what kinds of things do you think are important for Jaguar Nation to continue? And what are some of those things that you think are important for the Jaguar Nation to think about reevaluating, so that you can continue to remain relevant for a new nation of Jaguars?
So colleagues, certainly if you have any thoughts, you're more than welcome. This is part of our closing discussion. If you want to share any general thoughts on the statement, you're welcome to do so. You don't have to, but certainly the opportunity is there.
Say, no, I can't believe any of my colleagues had anything to say. But I first of all want to say that that's an excellent question. And you are absolutely correct in saying that the Jaguar Nation, once you step on this campus, you can feel and see the pride. I am a fourth generation Jaguar. My dad played football under A.W. Mumford in 1958, I think it was. So, and you're right about the pride that my family and I have and my colleagues have in this institution. And we just want to see this institution move forward in the right direction to bring in, of course, generate revenue in terms of grants and contracts, increase our enrollment here, increase our retention rate and graduation rates, look at new ways and innovative ways to develop new curriculum, as you stated earlier, and just keep this nation going in the right direction. So for after I'm long and gone, and everyone in this room is still standing and standing strong.
Thank you. I like that, for posterity's sake. And so for another 100 years. And so I want to ask the student, the new Jaguars that are coming up, the newbies that are coming in, what is important to those students? What are the things that are most important to them?
I feel like with the new students that are coming to campus, they're for sure looking for, like I said, a university that really makes them feel at home, makes them feel like a family. And with that, whether that's with being around other students, people who have the same goals and ambitions as you, and also with faculty and staff, really just playing a part and making them feel like you're loved and that they really care for you. So really just all tying that in, I feel like that's how a student really could say that, hey, I go to Southern, I actually love this university, and I want to actually give back to this university after I graduate, so that students who come after me can have the same opportunities that I did, plus more when I was in school.
Yeah, that's great to hear that, because already one of the things, I went on YouTube and they have a little YouTube with some young ladies that talk about what it's like going to Southern, and they talked about the fact that, you know, it feels like family here. That's really important, that although Southern has an enrollment of approximately 13,000, it still feels like a small school, and that it still feels like a community, a small community. But within that community, it takes a village to help those students come from the smallest parish to where they want to go. And so that process could be fraught with some mistakes or fraught with some missteps. But that even in a family, we know that even if you make a mistake, it's still family. And that's why I talked about multiple entry and exit ways, because, and I'll give this if I have time, the young man that picked me up from the airport last night and brought me to the hotel, he asked me what I was doing for my stay. And I said, well, I'm going to visit some people at Southern. He said, oh yeah, I went to Southern. I'm like, really? I said, well, what was your major? He said, computer science. I'm like, well, when did you graduate? He said, I didn't get a chance to graduate. I said, why not? He said, well, because, you know, my mom got sick. I had some things happen, whatever. And, you know, nobody reached out to me, and I don't think I really had the money to come back. So I said, well, what would you like to do if you graduated? He said, well, since I'm working at these hotels, I would like to go to different hotels and do their IT system. Or I would like to go into schools and do their IT system. I said, well, what if you could come back and get a certificate and come back and do that and then continue on as you work it. He said, I would love to do that. Do they have that right now? I said, I'm not sure, but I'm gonna find out for you. But what I'm saying is, you know, people want to continue, they want to be around, they want to be a part of this family, and they want to continue being a part of family. And I think part of this role is to make sure that that young man, if I come here, I'm gonna reach out to that young man. I'll make sure that young man gets a certificate so he can stop driving that bus. Because I'm sure he doesn't make a lot of money driving that bus. But I want him to have the opportunity to have money for his family, and for him to continue on and for him to walk across that stage. So I think, thank you for that. That was really important. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I do want to say one thing. If you have that young man's information, give it to me.
I will.
Thank you.
I will. Very nice young man. Mhm.
And Dr. Grimes, can y'all hear me? I just wanted to add, I do apologize. I wasn't here for your introduction. I had an urgent call, but I definitely appreciate the question you posed to the committee about us being able to continue to remain relevant for our new nation of Jaguars. As the executive director of admissions, that's very important to me. And I think it's imperative that the campus be committed to continuous improvement, that we look at the needs of our new students and determine, are we doing the things currently that they need, not just the things we've traditionally done. And that means that we all have to be committed to retention, to ensuring that we're meeting the needs of the students that we're bringing in. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Dr. Grimes, officially on behalf of this committee, we want to thank you for taking the time to spend a portion of your day here with us today. We certainly want to say congratulations to making it to this third round, the in-person interview stage. And we wish you absolutely the very best moving forward. Just so you know, as a path forward, this committee is charged with ultimately presenting 3 individuals unranked to the President Chancellor for his consideration. And at that point, the work of this committee is officially done. So more than likely, the next time you receive any kind of communication, it would be from the Office of the President Chancellor. Having said that, I was looking, my partner here, the Chief of Staff, stepped out for a moment, but I know they have I think I hear a door open, if she had any logistical closes. Okay, so if not, then you will be escorted to your next station. So once again, we want to thank you on behalf of the committee, and thank you for your very innovative way of providing closing remarks.
Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, committee, we will stand at ease for about 10 minutes before our next individual comes forth. We have lunch, so we don't officially reconvene for our third candidate would be at 12:30. So we stand at ease until 12:30.
Who we missing, Dr. Kern? One second, here we go.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
How are you, sir? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. If you stand at ease for 30 seconds, I think we have
Okay,
all of our colleagues here and give you a chance to load up your presentation.
thank you.
Yeah, needs a sip. Okay, colleagues, I see the presentation certainly on my screen. Hopefully on each of your screens, the presentation should be loaded and before you. You ready, Dr. Taylor?
I am.
Very good.
Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Taylor, good afternoon. And let's begin by first saying congratulations for making it into this third round, the in-person part of the process with this advisory committee for the position of Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost at Southern University and A&M College. My name is Dr. Vladimir Apeening. I serve in a dual role here at Southern University. With the university system, I serve as the Vice President for Strategic Planning, Policy, and Institutional Effectiveness. And on the Southern University A&M College, I serve as the Vice Chancellor for Academic Compliance and also the SAC-COC Accreditation Liaison.
Okay.
And I think we have before you, you're looking at a very august body that represents a true cross-section of the campus, faculty, students, staff, and community representation. And at this time, I'm going to ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves, and I will start on my left with Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Melanie Johnson, Associate Professor of Political Science here at Southern University and Co-Activity Director for Title III.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. My name is Carl Walton. I'm Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs.
Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson. I am Kevin Taylor Jarrell II, a rising senior majoring in finance with a minor in computer science, and I currently serve as the 2001-2022 Student Government Association President at Southern University.
All right. Thank you.
Baton Rouge. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. I'm Heather Freeman, the Executive Director of Admissions and Recruitment for the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Success.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Renita Marshall, Associate Dean for the College of Agriculture, Family and Consumer Sciences, and I am the representative from the Academic Dean's Council.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, Oswald DeBurn, faculty senate.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. Matthew Balair, CEO of Care South, community member on the committee.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, committee members. And Dr. Taylor, as you can well imagine, no committee could possibly do its work without really the leadership provided by our President Chancellor's office. And the person who embodies that is my colleague to my right, Dr. Katara Williams. I'll have her introduce herself, and then I'll ask members of the staff who really made this happen for us also introduce themselves.
All right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. I'm Katara Williams. I'm the Chief of Staff. Welcome to campus.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. I'm Tony Monaghan, Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness for the system and Associate Vice Chancellor for Baton Rouge campus.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. Jeremy Gaffney, Associate General Counsel for the system.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor. Kareem Block, General Counsel for the system.
Thank you.
Ms. Gerald?
Good afternoon, Tracy Taylor Gerald. I'm on staff in the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, colleagues. And at this time, Dr. Taylor, according to the outline we have, you will have approximately 5 minutes to provide an introductory statement, after which you will be allotted around approximately 10 minutes to do your presentation. And then we will transition to the second part of our discussion, which will be a Q&A session with members of the advisory committee. That will last approximately 25 minutes, allotted to 5 questions, and then you close with your closing remarks.
Okay.
So on that note, Dr. Taylor, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to provide an introductory statement, sir.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I feel like I have to sort of explain what brought me to this path, because very often in this kind of work, people say to me, you know, what do you do every day? You're not in the classroom, so we've all been students. So what is it actually is it that you're doing, and how do you get satisfaction out of that? This isn't the kind of, the job I have now and the position I'm reaching for isn't the kind of job that you see featured on TV and in movies. So many people don't really have a sense of what it's about or what you do. But I can tell you that when I was a graduate student, we received funding for 9 months of the year. And in the summers, we were left to sort of fend for ourselves financially. And I had come to know the associate dean of the graduate school on campus. I kept running into her at committee meetings. We kept making eye contact. We kept having casual conversations. And at the end of my first year, her office needed help in admissions. I applied for that job. I got the job, and it proved to be a great fit for me, because it not only allowed me to support myself, but allowed me to contribute to the institution and to really sort of peel away the curtain behind the administration and see what happens outside the classroom. The work proved to be extremely edifying for me. It was enormously satisfying. And I began to see that this is something I wanted to continue to do in the future. Since then, I've been alternating between teaching and administration. I've enjoyed them both, but it was that early time in my graduate career that set the tone for me going down this path. I've enjoyed it. I had a wonderful mentoring relationship with her. I'm still friends with her. She's since retired, but I know her husband, I know her kids, I know her grandkids. She came to visit in Florida because she has family nearby, and she and I made time to see one another. And I made it a point to thank her and her husband, who happened to join us for the meeting, for setting such a wonderful example for me in terms of what's possible behind the curtain. I enjoy working behind the curtain. You can get a lot done behind the curtain. It's extremely gratifying to work behind the curtain. And she set the example for me in doing so. Her name is Carolyn Locke, and I credit her for putting me on this path and for mentoring me over these 20, 25 years. And that's what's brought me before you today.
Thank you for your introductory statement, Dr. Taylor. And at this time, you have approximately 10 minutes to begin your presentation.
Well, again, thank you for having me. I'm very pleased to be here. I'd like to begin with an image, or rather variations of an image. Some of you will immediately recognize the image as that of Janus, the Roman god of beginnings, transitions, time, duality, doorways, and endings. Frequently depicted on a coin or a cameo, One face looks to the past and the other to the future. Janus is typically rendered as male, but sometimes one face will be rendered as male and the other as slightly androgynous. Similarly, sometimes one face is decidedly youthful, while the other is obviously more mature. This icon has long fascinated me, and over the years, I've noticed that Janus is rarely represented in full physical form with a body. He is almost always represented as a head. I think this is very telling, and depending on how much time we have and your level of interest, we may have occasion to come back to that point later. What I want to underscore right now is that despite his two faces, Janus is a single individual looking simultaneously in two directions, backward and forward. He looks to the past and the future. This image, it seems to me, is an apt metaphor for academic life. Whether you are in the arts, the humanities, the social sciences, the physical sciences, the life sciences, or health sciences, whatever your discipline, no matter where you are in your career, from undergraduate student to graduate student, from assistant professor to full professor or administrator, we find ourselves looking to the past, at the body of knowledge, to consume it, distill it, assimilate it, process it, in order to build upon it, to execute, to research, to teach, and in so doing, we look to the future. My vision for academic affairs is captured in this icon. I believe that in order to fully realize our potential, we must become practiced in looking in two directions at the same time. We must look to the past and the future. We must look internally and externally. We have to make the call and cultivate the response. I've been invited to say a few words about academic affairs in the context of the areas you see here, but I want to be candid with you and say that I don't think I could do them justice in the time I have allotted. So I'll limit myself to two examples, student enrollment and graduation, and I hope that they can give you a sense of the best practices I might bring to the remaining areas. Every institution has a specific history with regard to student enrollment. We can readily identify our students by demographic and where they come from geographically, locally, nationally, and internationally. Based on this information, we can have some strategic conversations about our student pipeline, its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. How robust are the enrollment pipelines? Are they likely to remain so? Do we need to expand them? If so, how? With what strategies? With what level of resources? What are the opportunity costs of deploying those resources? How can we distinguish ourselves from our competition? Even as we ask these questions, we can craft action items to address each of these enrollment issues. We can repeat this SWOT analysis with things like retention and the other items you see in the bulleted list. In fact, I would suggest that graduation is another area where we specifically need to look in two directions simultaneously. Given the rise in costs for education over the last 30 years, students and families are appropriately seeking more than learning for learning's sake. They want a return on their investment. Once I graduate from the institution, what are my career prospects? That is the legitimate question that students are asking, and we should have developed answers for them. In addition to performing a SWOT analysis on our graduation rates, which I think are essential to improving them, I've become a big proponent of expanding the role of career services and engaging students early and consistently on the path anticipating graduation and beginning a career. About 20 years ago, I worked at an institution that distinguished itself with a robust university-wide co-op program. Now, co-ops are essentially short-term paid internships. Every student at the school, in every major, even in graduate programs like business or law, every student was required to participate in a number of co-op placements. I was in the law school at the time, and after the first year of classes, students alternated between 10 weeks of classes and 10 weeks working in a legal setting. Some of them worked in a law firm. Some of them worked in a solo practitioner's office. Some of them worked in a general counsel's office. Some of them worked for corporations. Some of them worked for schools. Some of them worked for nonprofits. Some of them worked in local, federal, state, county court systems, but they all worked in a legal setting. And by the time our law students graduated, every single one of them had participated in 4 different co-op placements, covering 4 different aspects of the law. Things like sports and entertainment law, marriage and family law, intellectual property law, and on and on. Nearly half of our graduates went on to work for a former co-op employer. The institution had invested heavily in creating their network of co-op employers to give students work experience to complement their degrees upon graduation. Roughly half of all co-op placements took place in the state. The other half were spread across the country and, in fact, around the world. The point of this approach was to closely connect the learning experience with work experience, so that students were not abruptly finishing school and suddenly starting work. Rather, they were graduating and continuing to do something they'd already been doing in the form of working for a co-op employer. Now, I'm not suggesting that this model be implemented here, but I do want to suggest that as we think about graduation, robust engagement with career services should be an integral part of the academic experience for every student in every major, such that all students have a clear idea of what their employment prospects are in whatever major or degree program they're pursuing, and that internships or some form of work experience be integrated into the formal course of study. This kind of wraparound service may require investments in career services, but it's also an investment in current students and in alumni, and therefore an investment in ourselves. Now, when I say investment, some of you may be thinking about budgets and the limits associated with them. But one inexpensive way to move in this direction is for all academic units to create and deploy their own version of the Survey of Earned Doctorates. Can I see by a show of hands, how many of you are familiar with the SED, the Survey of Earned Doctorates? Okay, so everybody who completes a doctoral degree in the United States has to complete the Survey of Earned Doctorates. It is typically administered by the graduate school of whatever institution the student is earning their degree in. And it is sponsored by the National Science Foundation, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the National Institutes of Health, and the Department of Education. These federal agencies gather this data, and it gives the federal government a snapshot of the doctoral population in the entire country, which you can imagine the federal government that's something that they want to have because it helps them plan and deploy their resources. Now, some of the departments here may already implement some version of this. If you do, then you know that the survey generates a wealth of information that every department and every outcomes committee should have on file. Student outcomes are increasingly and appropriately subject to scrutiny by accrediting bodies. And I can tell you without hesitation that maintaining accreditation will be my #1 priority if I join you here. The impulse to look to the past via surveys to document and chart the path of students will inform the way we advise students. It will inform the way we teach students. It will educate all of us on how students experience their time at the university. And it will provide clues on how prepared they are to enter the workforce. These are things we need to know. There are best practices around these kinds of efforts that I'd be happy to unpack if I join you here. But let me repeat that my #1 priority in this role is to maintain the accreditation of the institution and all of its degree programs. I'd like to switch gears for a moment and highlight some trends that I think we've all seen in recent years because they provide some context for the work that we're all engaged in. Even before the pandemic took virtually all of higher education online last year, we were facing increasing costs in technology infrastructure, costs associated with the salaries with IT professionals, and the cost of updates associated with cybersecurity. As recently as this week, we've seen a ransomware attack on the meat processing company JBS. Last month, we saw a similar attack on Colonial Pipeline, leading to fuel shortages and gas lines up and down the East Coast. They may not garner the same attention from national news media, but similar attacks are happening on the IT infrastructure at universities all across this country. If it hasn't happened here yet, it's only a matter of time. We've also seen flat or declining revenues associated with state appropriations. We've seen increases in tuition. We've seen increasing reliance on clinical revenue. We've seen a paper chase with regard to the research enterprise, pursuing grants. We've seen an increased reliance on philanthropy and questions around the sustainability of sports. Some sports, of course, are revenue generating, some are revenue neutral, and some are costs. So people are looking at sports. We've also seen mergers, restructuring, and institutional collaborations are increasing. Schools are being told to do more with less. And we're seeing decreasing in college enrollment. Some financial trends are worth noting here. We've seen an impulse to control expenses, particularly from external constituents like the legislature or the media. People want to know more about faculty workload. What are faculty doing with their time? What do you mean you only teach 2 days a week? How can that be? We've been asked to explain that. We've seen attacks on tenure. I don't have a job guarantee, why should you? We've seen the impulse to share services and increase efficiencies. We've had to align resources with the strategy. We've seen mergers and collaborations, both within schools, across systems, across the state. We've also seen the need to diversify our revenue stream. Sure, we have state appropriations, and yes, we have tuition, but we've also faced pressures to increase revenue from things like renting out space on the college campus to constituents in the community. We've seen pressures along the lines of revenue from things like the bookstore or even food services. We have to bring in more funds. And we've seen the rise in student debt and the need to help our students make informed choices about their spending and their borrowing. I mention all of this as a gesture toward transparency, and also to remind us that these are the waters in which we now swim. They have become increasingly choppy waters, and navigating them will require us to look in two directions simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your introductory statement. And at this time, we'll transition to the Q&A session. And we'll begin with the first item that will be presented by our Faculty Senate President, Dr. DeVerne.
Dr. Taylor, good afternoon. Thank you for such a good talk. I have a question for you, though. I would like for you to describe your plan for moving our campus forward as a premier 21st century institution of higher learning that fosters rigorous, high-quality academic programs, a high level of research and grant opportunity, and an environment which promotes continued professional development and training so that faculty and staff can be a part of achieving the institutional mission.
Well, that's a rather large question. I was asked a version of it upstairs, and what I'll sort of repeat that answer by saying, in the short term, my goal is to listen. My goal is to learn, to identify the strengths we have here, the opportunities we have here, the threats we face here. It really is about listening in order to assess, to learn, to build relationships, to partner with, and plot a path forward. I don't come with a bag of tricks that's going to take the university forward, but I do come with an open ear and a history and experience with best practices. And so in the short term, my goal is to listen and to build relationships, to find out what's working, what's challenged, where the opportunities are, and to execute accordingly. That's the honest answer. I can't be more candid than that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your response, and thank you, Dr. DeVerne, for bringing forth that question. And now our next question will be presented by our SGA President, Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for taking the time out to interview with us today. My question for you would be, what are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty and staff to create and enhance academic culture at Southern University in Baton Rouge?
I think one of the things I would undertake, and I trust and hope that this is happening already to some extent, but to really support engagement of faculty with students. And what I mean by that is, when you're a student, there are limits to what you can see. It's just a fact of life. It's a fact of being a younger person. But as you get older, as you become more experienced, your vision just expands exponentially. You see what's possible, not just in your discipline, but in related disciplines. And part of what I think the faculty are charged with is sharing that perspective, helping students see what is possible, both within their discipline and related disciplines. And so part of my role, part of my goal would be to put students and faculty into greater dialogue, not just around academics, but around pre-professional life. Again, there are versions that students do this with things like internships, but I think the faculty are a tremendous and underutilized resource in terms of exposing students to the range of opportunities associated with their disciplines. My niece just graduated from high school and she's going to a school up north. And she knows what she wants to study. She's very excited about it. And her mom and dad, wanted her to talk to me about it. And one of the things I said to her was, just keep an open mind. I think it's really important that young people keep an open mind. Many of us have impulses about things that we want to do, things that we're passionate about, but particularly at her level, and particularly at the undergraduate level. It's essential that you keep an open mind because opportunities cross your path every day that you might otherwise miss or otherwise close yourself off to if you don't have an open mind. And when I look at my own path over the last 20, 30 years, I'm amazed at the number of times that I thought I knew I wanted one thing, and some person, some opportunity, some experience, some counseling, some advisor turned me on to something that I became very passionate about, and that opened doors for me and brought me possibilities that I hadn't previously imagined. And so, again, I'll repeat, I would be working very hard to encourage the faculty and create spaces for faculty and students to be engaged in dialogue about what's possible within their disciplines and related disciplines.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for that response, and thank you, Mr. President, for bringing forth that question. The next question will be presented by Mr. Belair.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Taylor. If selected in this role, what do you have in your arsenal of desired accomplishments to engender the goodwill of the community, particularly the business community, to support Southern University Baton Rouge? Please elaborate on opportunities relative to financial support to include grant and research possibilities for our faculty and staff.
Well, I faced a version of this upstairs. And what I talked about was the importance of building relationships. I spoke earlier about listening. That would certainly be a key part of this. But I've had a lot of experience working with donors. And part of what, I should say this, the donors that exist today are not the donors of our parents' generation or our grandparents' generation. They don't just want their name on a plaque or their name on a building. They want a return on their investment. If I give you X, Y, or Z dollars, what is it going to turn into? What are you going to do with this money? What will you have to show for it? So we've got to be prepared to answer that question in ways that are going to resonate with them. I think one of my big accomplishments in my current place is helping faculty see that funding opportunities are available to them. I previously worked at an institution where 4% of the money, the budget, came from the state. The rest of it was all what we call soft money, grants, contracts, that sort of thing. And so many of my faculty now I work in a health science campus, and many of the faculty were previously practitioners. They got their degrees and then they went on to work in the clinics or in the hospitals, serving patients. And after a number of years, 5, 10, 15 years, they decided to come back and become professors. I mention this because they're not steeped in the academic tradition, they're steeped in clinical practice. And so part of what we've had to do with them or work with them on, and I think I've been instrumental in this, as helping them see that their role as now teachers and clinicians is precisely what qualifies them to compete for grant funding. This is an issue of culture. My previous institution was heavily driven by soft money. So the culture there was everybody competed and applied for grant funding. Everybody understood that was the lifeblood of the institution. Where I am now, that is not the culture. Changing culture takes time. But what I've been able to do is share with them examples of successful grant proposals. I've been able to share with them examples of, does everybody here know what the Form 990 is? The Form 990 it's the tax form that every nonprofit has to file with the federal government. This form contains some vital pieces of information if you're interested in applying to a foundation, for example. And so I've shown faculty what this form looks like. I've shown them what they need to look for on this form as they prepare grant proposals to private foundations. This has been, I won't call it heavy lifting, but it's been a cultural shift at the current institution, my current institution. And I'd like to think that wherever I go next, that is something I'm going to continue to engender among the faculty. There is a tremendous amount of money out there that sits on the table because people don't apply for it, because people don't know to apply for it, or because they don't know how to apply for it. I would be keen on educating the faculty on how to do precisely that.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your response, and thank you, Mr. Belair, for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Dr. Marshall.
Dr. Taylor, currently, academic affairs serves as one of the most critical areas on the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. If selected for this position, what would be the priorities and/or innovative ideas in which academic affairs can champion while working with other essential areas on campus, such as student affairs, enrollment management, auxiliary services, and the Southern University System Foundation?
I appreciate the question. I hinted at one of my priorities earlier, and that is accreditation. That is perhaps the single most important thing someone in this role can do. I'm very focused on accreditation because where I am now, it's not simply SACS that we're concerned with. We also have a number of professional accrediting bodies that we have to satisfy. So for example, there's an accrediting body for physical therapy. There's an accrediting body for physician assistant. There's an accrediting body for speech language pathology. There's one for audiology, and on and on. And so each one of these organizations require us to meet certain standards. So I'm constantly working with program chairs and directors on self-study materials and making sure that we meet the accreditation standard. So that would be number one. Number two, probably just objectively in my mind, is improving the graduation rate. I've done a lot of reading about a lot of schools over the years, and I am surprised and disappointed at the graduation rates that so many schools have. It means that we're not realizing our potential. It means that we are allowing students to slip through the cracks. We have a tremendous infrastructure here and across this country in terms of being prepared to educate students. But when students slip through the cracks, when they leave the institution without a degree, on some level, we failed them and we failed ourselves. We have failed our community and our country. Raising and improving the graduation rate objectively would probably be the second most important thing I could do here. And obviously I'd be taking directives from my supervisor. I'd be taking directives from the deans. I'd be taking directives from the constituents. But I could say objectively that accreditation and improving the graduation rate, those would be my two big priorities.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your response, and to Dr. Marshall for bringing that question. And the fifth question will be presented by Dr. Johnson.
Hi, Dr. Taylor.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I should
Good
say.
afternoon again. Can you share an example of how you would integrate and promote shared governance on the SUBR campus to better engage faculty in critical decisions relative to the advancement and progression of SUBR?
Sure. If it doesn't already exist, I'd be importing a model that I observed when I was at UCSF. University of California, San Francisco, and all of UC really, has a wonderful committee structure. Committees on graduate education, committees on academic affairs, committees on promotion and tenure, committees on facilities, committees on finance, et cetera. These committees are all part of the Academic Senate, and they meet routinely on whatever charge is on their agenda. And they roll up into reports that go to the provost and the president. And they give the faculty an opportunity to become both educated about what the institution is doing and also to influence what the institution is doing, such that faculty at that institution can't say, this decision was made and we knew nothing about it, because it was discussed in these committees. And every faculty has an opportunity to join one or more of these committees. It's part of the service that they do. But it's a very large committee structure covering a range of topics. And every faculty has an opportunity to join and buy in and study and weigh in and address the range of issues. Having observed that committee structure, it works extremely well. Faculty are informed. They feel that they have a voice. There is shared governance. And almost no decision is made without the faculty being aware of what is happening, why it's happening. There's a great deal of transparency. It doesn't mean faculty always agree with the decision that's ultimately made, but they are schooled in the history behind it, the factors that went into play, and the timing or timeline associated with the decision. I've been very impressed with that committee structure, and I've made it a point in my mind to see that something like that is either at work or implemented wherever I go in the future, because it works extremely well.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your response, and to Dr. Johnson for bringing forth that question. And Dr. Taylor, this concludes the Q&A portion with the advisory committee.
Okay.
And we will now transition to your closing remarks. You have approximately 5 minutes to deliver your closing remarks.
Well, thank you for having me. It's my honor to be here. I talked earlier about looking in two directions simultaneously. One of the things I've learned as a teacher is that the role is not simply about teaching, it's also about learning. And I've come to believe that the best teachers are also the best learners. Because if you're a good student, you never stop being a student. You can graduate, you can get your degree, you can move on, you can work, but you never stop learning. Similarly, if you are a teacher, you never really stop doing that. You can leave the classroom, but you continue to teach in the conversations you have, materials you read, and the way you live your life. It's a circle that never ends. And what I want to suggest in closing is that every faculty member here, every administrator here continues to learn from one another and continues to learn from our students. Because what our students teach us informs how we continue to teach going forward. What our constituents in the community teach us informs how we teach our students. I was saying a version of this upstairs, but part of what we do, well, the other half of what we do, teaching is obviously one side of what we do, but learning is essentially the other half. It's often unspoken because we think, well, we're the teachers, we're the administrators, those are the students. No, we're the students too. And if we're doing our job correctly, we are integrating and deploying what we learn from our students, deploying what we learn from our external constituents in the classroom to advance our curriculum, to advance our students, and to advance our institution.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And on behalf of this advisory committee, we want to say thank you so very much for taking time from your very busy schedule to spend some time with us today. We want to say congratulations for making it to this third round, this in-person round of the search process. And the charge to this committee as a path forward is to advance 3 names unranked to the President Chancellor for his consideration. So more than likely, as soon as our day is done today, this committee would have discharged its duty. And at that point, we always say to each individual, probably the next call would be from the Office of the President Chancellor. So once again, we want to thank you, and we wish you the very best on your journey forward. Madam Chief of Staff, any logistical items other than escorting our candidate to his next station?
No, sir. I swear you have to have the magic touch with this mic. I believe you have already met with the Dean's Council at this point. Therefore, the staff will be in just to escort you back to your lodging or airport.
Yes.
I think that's where you're going.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. To the airport. But again, thank you so much, Dr. Taylor, for engaging. And again, congratulations to you on making it to this point in the process.
Thank you all very much. It's been my honor to be with you. Thank you again.
All right, committee, we will stand at ease until our next candidate comes in.
Members, if you would please complete your scoring sheets, please.
Trace, we have anyone in the back? Okay. Yes.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, scoring sheet?
Yes.
You got, I don't.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peening. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Williams. Good afternoon, members of the Advisory Search Committee.
Very good. Okay, I think we have everybody. We will go ahead and get started. Dr. Sahu, we want to first begin by congratulating you for making it to this third round, the in-person round of the search process for the position of Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost at Southern University and A&M College. I will dispense in this particular case of my direct introduction, but I'll simply say that I serve as the chair of this advisory committee with colleagues, you know, my administrative role. But I do want to emphasize that we have an absolutely august committee that make up this advisory committee, a great cross-section from student leaders, faculty leaders, staff leaders. And at this time, I'm going to ask the committee to introduce themselves, and I'll begin on my left.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Melanie Johnson, Associate Professor of Political Science and Co-Activity Director for Title III.
Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Carl Walton, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs.
Good afternoon, Dr. Walton. Good afternoon, Vice Chancellor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Kevin Taylor Jarrell, finance major, computer science minor from Houston, Texas, and I will serve as the 2021-2022 Student Government Association President.
Good afternoon, Mr. SJ President.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Heather Freeman, Executive Director of Admissions and Recruitment for the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Success.
Good afternoon, Ms. Freeman.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Renita Marshall, Associate Dean for the College of Agriculture, Family and Consumer Sciences, and I'm serving as the representative from the Academic Dean's Council.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ma.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu, and welcome. Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Oswald Devon, Faculty Senate. President.
Thank you, Dr. Devon, President of our Faculty Senate.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Matthew Wallaire, CEO of CARE South and a community member on the committee.
Thank you, Dr. Wallaire. Thank you so much for agreeing to serve on this community.
Thank you, colleagues. And Dr. Sahu, as you can imagine, the work of this committee could not proceed forward without the express support and leadership provided by the President Chancellor's office. And the person that embodies that sitting right next to me is my colleague, and I'll have her introduce herself. Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu.
Good afternoon.
I'm Katara Williams. I think we know each other.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
And also the leadership comes not only from Dr. Williams, who heads the Office of the President Chancellor when it comes to staff, but also a tremendous body of individuals that have supported this process. And I'll begin on my left and have them introduce themselves. Dr. Monaghan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Tony Monaghan, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Compliance, Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness.
Thank you, Dr. Manokin. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sabi, Jeremy Gadd, Associate General Counsel.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sabi, for your General Counsel.
Thank you, Attorney Blash.
Okay, and we have two additional colleagues in their absence. I just want to acknowledge them. Ms. Tracy Gerald, absolutely outstanding job. And Mr. George Wilson, who is in the back and does an excellent job with the IT infrastructure. So in their absence, we want to make sure we acknowledge them. At this time, Dr. Sahu, the process is quite direct and simple. You'll have approximately 5 minutes to provide an introductory statement, after which you'll be allotted approximately 10 minutes to do a presentation. That will conclude, I would say, the first part, and then we'll roll into the second portion of our discussion, which will be approximately 25 minutes and will consist of Q&A session with the advisory board members, after which you'll have approximately 5 minutes to provide your closing remarks. So without further ado, Dr. Sahu, you have 5 minutes to provide any introductory comments.
Thank you, Dr. Peening. Thank you for the opportunity to be a candidate for the Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost position at Southern University. With your permission, may I combine the introduction with the presentation?
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. 3 years ago, I was exactly in the same position that I'm in now. I was a candidate for the position for Senior Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Southern University. That gave me a chance to review Southern University's legacy and Southern University's strategic plan and what we want to accomplish at this university. I absolutely subscribe to the mission and the vision of this university. I believe in Imagine 20K, and that's what brought me to Southern University. When I had a conversation, people made me feel like that's something impossible, or that impossible task that was to them was something that attracted me to Southern University, because I think it's immensely doable if we all put our resources together. If we work collaboratively, I think we can accomplish that based on the timeline that is set on our strategic plan. And that is what I believe in, and that's what I stand before you as a candidate. Two other things that are important. I'm a candidate because I believe that my professional plan and my personal life plan is aligned with this opportunity. 30 years ago, when I was a faculty member, I asked myself, what am I trying to accomplish in the classroom as a classroom teacher? After writing pages and pages and pages, it came down to one statement, that at the end of this semester, I want to make myself unnecessary to my students. That means at the end of it, the students know as much and know how to know more so that they're not dependent on me. And that is still true today. And the second is that was a personal mission, and that at the end of every semester, I want to be able to feel that I have made a difference in the life of at least one student. That is happening every day, every semester that happened and is happening here. And you all are living testament to this. Many of you are alumnus of this institution or an HBCU. Something magical happens here. It is not the grades that students receive. It is not the quantum mechanics. It is not the time value of money. It is not the political construct of the Constitution and the analysis. It is not the sonnets of, Shakespeare. It is that transformation that takes place for an individual student that defines the legacy of an HBCU and why Southern is something so special. I have been at 3 HBCUs, and there is something really I still cannot define, but it is there. It's like electricity. You can't see it, but if you touch the wire, it'll give you a shock. So the sense of community, the sense of family that is there at Southern in a messy, gooey way is what makes Southern so special. And I feel like I'm a candidate to extend that feeling, extend that experiment. And I also have tried in my academic and administrative careers a distinct philosophy of distributed leadership. Allow me to explain what it is. When as a, prior to that, I also believe that I have an opportunity to lead because I'm willing to serve, the tenets of servant leadership. And that tenet of servant leadership is also informing you about distributed leadership. It tells that if you as the leaders ask people reporting to you to do something, they will just do that and stop there because they have done their part. But if you rally them around a vision, if you rally them around a cause, provide the resources, get out of their way, they will surprise you. They will produce a lot more than the minimum that they could do because you asked them to do that much. I think this distributed leadership for the last 3 years has been an experiment. I think it has worked for us. As an example, in the last 6 months, we are working in academic affairs. I'm an insider, half the capacity, but yet we are delivering. Are we delivering 100%? No. Can we do something better? Yes. Have there been some errors? Yes. But at the same time, the power of principle has kept us afloat, and yet what we have accomplished is something that we all can be proud of. So it is this collaborative exercise, all of us working together, I think we can move mountains and we can make something that looks impossible to you when we say 20K, but I feel it is doable. I want to end by something that came up. It's not there in this presentation, in my conversation with the deans. If you ask a real estate professional, a buyer, investor, or a seller, what is the most important thing? They will say location. The second thing, if you ask what is the most important thing, they'll say location. What is the third thing? They'll say location. So what is it for us at Southern or an HBCU or an educational institution? The highest priority, it is commitment to student success. Number one, student success. Number two, student success. Number three, student success. Everything that we do, however disparate it looks, that if our effort is aligned with this commitment to student success, and that is enshrined in our mission, that we are here to provide a high quality education to a diverse student population, that we are here to promote and provide a student-centered learning environment, then you will see that our retention rate will go up. If your retention goes up, then your graduation rate, of course, is going to go up. And if your graduation rate goes up because you have prepared them, your licensure rate is going to be also, something that you can be proud of, and the placement will match. So with that, that's what I feel is an HBCU legacy, where we do more with less, but something magical happen when a student, because of their association with somebody or some process, suddenly feels that they are capable of more things, better things than they were themselves at that time. It is that possibility that makes HBCU so special and Southern, close to my heart. One of the things that we as candidates have been asked is to rely on some themes, and the themes that I want to focus on begins with everything with our mission, that we provide a high quality education to a diverse student population. And we will accomplish this by increasing our retention rate, our graduation rate, passage rate in terms of licensure, and success in careers. And I have already spoken about it. What in order to accomplish this, that we have to be very specific in terms of and time bound and see what is working and what is not working and learn from the evidence on a periodic basis and then change, revise, intervene to accomplish that. So our goal, as stated in our QEP, is that to increase retention from 60 to 72%. And that's a measurable goal in 4 years' time, 4.5 years' time, we want to be able to demonstrate. So the conversation would be, how are we going to do that? And that will happen only when we ensure that there are higher passage rates in the gateway courses in math, in English, and in biology, in psychology, in art appreciation. We are focusing on 3 of these courses, biology, math, and English. And we are having co-requisite courses where we are seeing that our students don't lack intelligence. Most of the students come a little needing help in terms of time management, in terms of, somebody putting their arms around them, providing them the academic supports that they need to be able to succeed in that introductory math and English courses. Having a conversation with the biology faculty, we learned that it is not biology that they are not succeeding, that it is their reading ability that needs to improve so that they can comprehend what they are reading. And by understanding that, I think is what is going to make us different. I have, got lucky. About a month ago, I had a chance to participate in a ceremony where a 4-star African-American general who were inducted our ROTC, and then I met one of our generals, a retired alumnus who is a retired general, and he gifted me a book, and he talks about decision superiority, and that decision superiority is anchored on 3 things. That you need to understand the problem first, need to recognize the problem first, understand the problem first, and act on it. And I think that's what I want to talk about in terms of our mission focus, how we can link that to decision superiority. I think we have been changed by this pandemic. How did we use decision superiority in March 2020? We are told that we need to close down the campus, let the students leave and the faculty leave. But at the same time, when they come back in 2 weeks, we have to have the academic operations still intact. And so I was asked in a meeting, how are you going to do that? And then again, a collaborative exercise, we decided that we are going to transition to asynchronous online environment. And we did that. But we didn't stop there. What we did was we recognized what will make us a better university. How can we still provide the same level of instruction, same mode of engagement with the students, and that we decided to provide personal technology to the faculty, have the classroom technology available to the faculty, and now with more resources available, also to remodel, buy new furniture, because when you have a new environment, a better environment, I think you can ask the students to engage themselves to a higher level of performance, and the faculty a higher level of accountability based on the investment we are making. I think that's decision superiority. We have done something in University College that I think is I think you all should take pride in, because you contributed to that plan, and that is that University College. And this morning I spoke with about 80 new JAGs on behalf of our President Chancellor, and I told them how the excitement that they should have, that they're joining at our institution, where we will take care of you. You will be part of the 7 habits of highly successful college students, and where you will start with the end in mind, where you visualize you graduating, starting on your new job on the day 1 that you join. I was asked to talk about accreditation. We just came out of a very successful SAC COC visit. There are people here that I really want to recognize. Our Chief Compliance Officer is also the chair of the advisory committee. We accomplished that, but then we shouldn't stop there. Accreditation is an ongoing effort. It is a commitment to continuous improvement. We should not wait 8 more years to start thinking about what did we do or did not do. It has to be every day. If you ask me what we should do in accreditation, we should be prepared for accreditation visit within 1 to 2 months, notice anytime. We should be doing the work. We should plan ahead, and we should emphasize all the time our focus on our mission and how we are aligned to that mission. In the area of faculty recruitment and retention, I think we have a tremendous opportunity, and small tweaks here and there, I think, is going to make the biggest difference in the life of our students, life of our campus. The first principle is we don't hire, we recruit purposefully. The way I see it in my academic life, all you have to do is start in August, September, and not wait till March or April. If you have August, September, then you are recruiting. You are engaging people early on when they will move their families to Baton Rouge. But if it is March or April, they're already made some choices where they want to move their family. So the pool shrinks. So that's what I have done, and I think we have been successful, is to try have a recruitment process, and I would like to continue to do that. I also stand in front of you saying that our faculty salaries should be nationally competitive. We should try and aspire to SREB, but not stop there. But I also want to tell something here, that while our salaries should be nationally competitive, our performance should also match that. That means our graduation rate should also match the national average. Our placement rate should be the same. So a conversation needs to take place that while we have an opportunity to increase faculty compensation, I also believe that the faculty compensation should be such that there is a cost of living across the board, but that should also be a merit component where all the people who are doing over and above should be recognized and incentivized for that meritorious performance. And then it'll send a very strong signal for others to catch up. In the area of academic programs, I think we should always look at to align our programs to our mission and our strategic plan. I think we should invest in online education because that is how the world is moving. We should have certificates and stackable, stackable credentials. For example, we have a large group of students who graduate in interdisciplinary studies, but they have healthcare interest. Many of them don't get into the nursing or the speech language pathology, but they have interest in healthcare. So we should provide them certificates and stackable credentials in healthcare so that in addition to the general education or the interdisciplinary studies, they have something that they can carry with them. I think that'll make them more marketable as graduates. I think this is a time also for us to have a conversation about the general education curriculum. There is a renewal taking place in the United States. And I want to present to you that as an HBCU, we have an opportunity to look at our general education curriculum such that we are not only focusing on the skills that are needed in the workforce, but we are looking at the general competencies our students will have so that they will not only have productive careers, but they will live noble lives and that they will be global citizens. If you probe me further, I think we have a sacred responsibility to commit ourselves to social justice. The things that happened a year ago, I think our students should not only be aware of what is right and wrong morally, but also have the courage to say that it is right or it is wrong and sometimes act upon it. And I think the kind of exposure that I think that needs, and a conversation that happens in the realm of faculty, not in administration, but we can always initiate that. I also feel that more autonomy should be given to the governing units as long as their plan and their operations are aligned with the university's mission and their own unit mission. I also feel that we need to have resources tied to those plans, and the resources are not just to support and sustain operation, but their aspiration. And you will see in a later slide what I mean by that. That means if somebody is entrepreneurial, unit is trying to do more, I think we should provide them the resources to get that more done, because that will distinguish us as an institution. We have a community master plan, and I want to commend the senior leadership at our institution to doing that. You will see at most HBCUs, the HBCUs tend to do well, but around the HBCUs, there is a lot of neglect. And I think the Southern University is doing a great job of including Scotlandville and areas around the Baton Rouge Airport in our master plan, so that while we prosper, our students and our faculty will also have a chance to live in these communities and get the services in these communities. I personally would love to stay walking distance to the campus, but without having access to some of these services, that is not possible for many of our faculty members. But we work intentionally, purposefully. I think Scotlandville would be a wonderful place for us to live there, but that will also signal that we care. We're doing that with the upcoming JAG Mobile, that we are going to provide healthcare. We had healthcare task force. The dean of the nursing was the co-chair of the task force. Southern University has already demonstrated both capacity and leadership that is relevant to this solving the problems associated with the pandemic, and we should take justifiable pride and sustain that superior level of performance. The business school is hosting an economic development training for entrepreneurs in about a week's time that will provide that kind of outreach to minority business people and entrepreneurs. I think that is going to put Southern on the map as a school that you can go to rely on in terms of new business formation or in terms of doing better in the business that you are in. We have a presence in all the parish in Louisiana. I think the ag education and extension service can be used. We already are doing well, but I think that is an opportunity as to where Southern's name, Southern's flag can, be raised in terms of we being good stewards of the resources and we being recognized for who we are and how we contribute to our state. We just started a polling and research center recently. I think I absolutely applaud the university doing that, because if we are not going to know what is good for us, if we are not going to be in charge of the awareness that our people need, our students need, we were missing an opportunity. I think these are the creative kind of engagements that I think we should be doing, such that as an institution, the rest of the world can see us as a force for good. I have a bold, I tried this with the deans, and they're very much in support of trying to get the research to Carnegie classification by 2024. And with all of your support, working collaboratively again, I think it's very doable. I think we need to strengthen the graduate school and the existing graduate programs. We already have revitalized the graduate council. We are looking at some, very focused new programs, but we also need to provide the support to the existing programs so that there is higher productivity, both in terms of quality and in terms of numbers. And the Carnegie classification has changed such that even the professional doctorates will count. And we already have a DNP that we can strengthen. We are planning to have another doctoral program in the Nelson Mandela College in the area of counseling that I think will do that. And I think the areas that we already have, we need to strengthen. And I think that will not only give us access to higher resources, but give us the national recognition that we richly deserve. In summary, I want to focus on these three things. That if you, given the opportunity for this leadership position, I want to say that we will do the routine things well on a daily basis. If somebody calls you, somebody will answer the phone. If somebody is making an inquiry in financial aid, that will be done. So these routine things doing well can be done, and we should do that. We should dream that something that looks impossible. For me, Imagine 20K is that. Our Carnegie classification, R2 is that. And we should also remain true to course and undeterred by criticism. We should not be paralyzed by criticism or fear that somebody might say something. When the storm comes, you bow down and then stand up again and you continue to say your story. My goal in this position will be the world's best number 2. I want to commit myself, pledge that I will have an unblemished personal and professional integrity in everything that I do. There'll be no fear, there'll be no favor. I will also strive to give my president, chancellor, my supervisor the space to do the fundraising, and to lead and steer this university so that he can rely upon the engine, the operations of this university to go on the way he wants to. I will provide my supervisor, the president, chancellor, honest input, but without hesitation, enthusiastically implement, the directions or the suggestions he provides in terms of what is the right thing to do in a particular position. And the last thing I want to commit to is that very little can be accomplished by one individual, but a lot more. You can move a mountain by putting your hands against that mountain. And I think that's the opportunity we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for that introduction. And we will transition to the second portion of this discussion, which will be a Q&A session. And this will be led off by our Faculty Senate President, Dr. DeVerne.
Dr. Sahu, thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
such a great talk. I have a very long question for you. And the question goes as, describe your plan for moving our campus forward as a premier 21st century institution of higher learning that fosters rigorous, high-quality academic programs, a high level of research and grant writing opportunities, and an environment which promotes continued professional development and training so that faculty and staff can be a part of achieving the institutional mission.
Thank you, sir. I think it begins with recruiting the right faculty. We recruit, retain, and develop faculty. If we recruit the right faculty, we should also have a plan to retain the faculty, and research and this communication that we have talked about is very much part of the retention of that faculty. And the reward we are talking about is part of the retention. And then develop the faculty in terms of continuous investment in training and self-development, and in terms of training, in terms of technology. As my preparation to join Southern University in 2018, I looked at our budget, and our budget was at around $100 million as a system. In 2008, it was $100 million. 2018, when I looked at it, it was also $100 million. Give, take, a little bit here, it was 100 million. So it has not moved in 10 years. But what has changed dramatically is an inversion. 70% of the funding in 2008 came from the state. 30% was from tuition and in terms of auxiliaries. In 2018, less than 30% came from the state because of all the unfunded mandates, and 70% came from tuition and our auxiliaries, our activities. So we have become pretty much a private school to speak about, and that's the kind of accountability that it needs. And I think we cannot accomplish that without the talent of the faculty. You will have a good university with the support of a great faculty, all aligned to accomplish that mission. And that will need recognition. Faculty compensation is part of it. But one of the areas that we'll do more and better would be that continuously try to provide incentive to faculty in terms of meeting cost of living adjustment, but go beyond and provide merit level and have a conversation as to what is superior performance and align that incentive to that superior performance. I think that, Dr. Devon, is going to bring about a welcome change in our culture. We should begin by saying, try to, in the next 2 to 3 years, reach the SREB median, but not stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Doverne, for bringing forth this question. Our next question will be presented by our Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Dr. Walton.
Dr. Sahu, what are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty to create an enhanced academic culture at Southern University Baton Rouge?
To begin with, first be available. We had several, fireside chats, and that was what the students wanted. The students had no issues in terms of the quality of instruction. It is the availability. And I think whatever it takes, we should make sure the faculty has the time, the resources, and that culture of engaging the students when they need us, I think is going to be very important. And I think we have to start by making the faculty wanted and recognized and valued. I think that communication is a place where we should start. I think, in terms of reaching out to the faculty, most of our faculty are very well qualified. They come with the intent to serve, intent to take care of our students. And I think giving them that opportunity, the space, the independence to do and practice their craft is important. But also invest in the modes of continuous improvement or development is going to be important. As an example, Dr. Walton, if you look at what % of faculty were trained in quality matters or imparting online education prior to the pandemic, it was 10% or less. But through purposeful intervention and making that training available, we have 86% of the faculty trained in 2 modules of quality matters. That makes us a better university, something we can be proud of. How many % of faculty really were engaging in the learning management system or Moodle? Very few, less than 15%. but that has dramatically increased over time because we gave the faculty an opportunity to become more familiar. Once they understood and realized that this is something that can be helpful to me, be it concourse syllabus management. But one of the things about faculty is we should be patient. We should listen intently, publicly, and in our actions show that we are committed to shared governance, and listen intently, and you will see over time that culture will change. Culture is nothing but what you do over and over and over again without anybody prompting you to. And I think this level of trust, this level of faculty engagement, this level of continuous training to the faculty is going to bring about that positive cultural change that you alluded to, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Walton, for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Mr. Valère.
All right,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Sahu. If selected for this role, what do you have in your arsenal of desired accomplishments to engender the goodwill of the community, particularly the business community, to support SUBR? Please elaborate on opportunities relative to financial support to include grant and research possibilities for our faculty and staff.
That's a very good question. Thank you so much. I'll start with personal and then go to the general. I'm a Rotary scholar. That means I can attend any Rotary meeting in the world because I'm an alumnus of that foundation. In most other opportunities I've had, I have become a member of the premier Rotary Club. And if you look at Rotary, the top heads of institutions become members, not because, it's just then we're gathering of these people where decisions are made. If selected for this position, I will talk with my President Chancellor to seek his permission to become a member of the Rotary Club of Baton Rouge. And that will bring us closer to the community. They will know what is happening at Southern. I will sit and eat a meal with somebody who has the power to decide where their foundation money is going to. So we have to be first there in their mind. We have to raise friends before we raise funds. And that is the investment that we are going to make. In the last 2 weeks, it's always music to my ears. I feel wonderful when we had 2 of our alumni give $1 million each. I want to work towards how can that be 20? And go from our alumnus giving 1 million to alumnus giving $5 million, $10 million. We do have those kind of alumni in our board. We also want to see how others can bring their friends to contribute to this cause. And then, as I said, money is not there anymore in the state to support us. We have to go to the federal government, be part of the NIH to get the money, to be part of the Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture has funds in many areas. I'm a business school faculty, and my first grant, substantial grant, was from the Department of Agriculture. Anything I said that I'm going to teach the introductory agribusiness program in the business school and invite CEOs to do that. Albertson is an agribusiness. Any clothing is an agribusiness because it is food and fiber. Any hotel lodging is an agribusiness. And tourism is also towards farms. So that kind of innovative, creative ways, if you design that, you will find ways to fund your programs. And the funding that we have access to at the government level is probably more with the central government. Not that we will not aspire to or try to. And the other, by purposefully engaging industry and philanthropic organization around our mission and constantly communicating student success. Again, it goes back to student success. If you can highlight the success of your students, then that will work by itself. You don't have to do much, tell much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for your response, and thank you, Mr. Valère, for bringing forth that question. The next item will be presented by Dr. Marshall.
Dr. Sahu, as you know, academic affairs serves as one of the most critical areas on the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. If selected for this position, what would be the priorities and/or innovative ideas in which academic affairs can champion while working with other essential areas on campus, such as student affairs, enrollment management, auxiliary services, and the Southern University System Foundation?
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Marshall. I think this is a very important question. First is to say that we are part of a collaborative team. Academic affairs cannot by itself. Many a times we have small silos we operate. Academic affairs different from financial affairs or different from student affairs. I think we have to communicate, and we will communicate, that we are part of a collaborative team. At Southern University, I think we have an opportunity to match our resources to our planning. I think we have done things for accreditation for SACS COC, but we have an opportunity to go beyond. Imagine 20K will not happen in terms of all the things that is there. Imagine 20K will happen if we do everything that we have said to do, time bound, and the things that we'll accomplish. But that has to be linked with the resources. I think we have an opportunity. If I'm selected, I have an opportunity to sit down with my supervisor and with my counterpart in finance to say, I'm not asking you for any more money, but the money that you are giving, let it be purposed to the priorities that we have. Think about it, about 80 to 85% will already be in salaries and fringe. But that 10 or 15% from my own experience is going to make a major difference if academic affairs and the deans reporting to this position have the autonomy in terms of their budgets. It's not more money. More money is good, but to have the autonomy, to have a process which is clearly understood, and there is accountability in that, there is flexibility in that, I think that will be a major accomplishment. The other is to evidence-based decision making. I can stand here and tell stories. At the end of the day, I think one of you or more of you will say, show me the numbers, show me the evidence. I think that should be a culture in academic affairs where we are saying our retention is at 30%. What is it next year? What is it? It's not just about we are making improvement. What are we learning from it? What happens if we improve by 5% one semester, 1 year, and then we went down by 2%? We need to be able to explain, is it because something that we failed to do, or is it because of an external threat? I think that is going to make us a more responsive, engaged academic unit and also an university, making evidence-based decision-making rather than based on feelings. I think is going to be a culture that we all can be proud of. And then something that is happening already, and I want your permission to continue, is that there is tremendous collaboration among the deans. What the deans know is that they do not have to come to academic affairs for all answers. They can call another dean, or they can talk in the dean's council. I'm facing this, so these are the issues. How are you going to? Yesterday we had a situation, we're talking about the quality of the dissertation, and each dean had something to contribute to that. And I think this collaborative contribution to each other's learning is going to result in making better decisions. That will be good for the units, but it is also good for the faculty and good for the students.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for that response, and thank you, Dr. Marshall, for your question. The next item, which is our fifth question, will be delivered by Dr. Johnson.
Hi, Dr. Sahu.
Hi, ma'am.
Can you share an example of how you would integrate and promote shared governance on the SUBR campus to better engage faculty in critical decisions relative to the advancement and progression of the SUBR campus?
That's critical to the position that I'm aspiring to. I mean, the position that I'm in. American education system, higher education system, is a unique experiment. Our nation itself is an experiment, a unique experiment where the faculty have shared governance. This is not true in the other parts of the world. But we really need to understand and have a broader discussion about what is shared governance. So shared governance means that you have trust in the faculty to help you devise academic policies that will best fit the needs of the institution and for the students. it is not shared management. You select administrators who will do the management for you, and you hold the administration accountable to day-to-day management of the operations, but you contribute to good policy, good processes, and you are stewards of the policies and processes at that university. I unequivocally say that I'm absolutely committed to shared governance, and that begins with listening intently and purposefully. Be patient. You cannot change everything overnight. But if you continuously do small things, work collaboratively, things will change. It's like a big ship. You cannot turn it. But over time, you can get the right flow beneath you and the right direction to reach where you want to reach. So it starts with trust. And the trust will begin with being trustworthy yourself. I commit to, while I stand in front of you, that I will knowingly not do anything that will be detrimental to the faculty at our university. But that is in a general faculty. It may be different for individual faculty, that I may be constrained in terms of what I can do or cannot do, but that is only because of my commitment to the principles that inform, you know, our shared governance. So shared governance is different from shared management, and I 100%, more than 100%, in principle and in practice, remain committed to shared governance, willing to listen, willing to implement shared governance at our campus. That will make us a better university.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for your response, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, for bringing forth the question. Dr. Sahu, this brings us to the end of the Q&A session. At this time, you have a chance to provide any conclusion statements that you made. And you have 5 minutes to provide any conclusion remarks.
This is, for me, as I stand in front of you, when I said that willing to, you know, to have the opportunity to lead is linked with the willingness to serve. I want to communicate to you today, as I stand in front of you, that this is a sacred responsibility, both in my profession and as a person. It fits into my life plan, where I want to be able to stand and say that I have lived a good life, that the trust that was reposed on me, I'm a product of an HBCU, even though I did not go to an HBCU, because somebody sometime during my career had more faith in me than I did at that time, saw some potential in me, and that has brought me to here. That's why I feel I belong to an HBCU. This is where my best work is done, irrespective of the position of trust that I'm assigned to. I think this is just a continuation of that, you know, faith and that belief. And I want to be thankful to each of you for this opportunity and this conversation. It makes me feel empowered and to want to do more and want to do better. 1776, when I was reading the book, I became aware of an experiment. General Washington, with a ragtag army, who were farmers, who were tinkerers, who were blacksmiths, who were handymen, came together and overwhelmed a mighty, well-prepared British army by virtue of commitment to not wanting to be a little more richer, but commitment to a concept of freedom. I think the Martin Luther King Jr. had that similar experiment when he saw an unjust world. And he saw that even though we are saying liberty and justice for all, opportunity to be happy and prosperous for everybody, that was not true in our country. And he did something that was unforeseen, or probably he had seen an experiment in India with Mahatma Gandhi. He wanted to try that, and it was anchored on truth and nonviolence. And sitting on those lunch counters, sitting on that bus without that peaceful protest brought this, you know, in India, it brought the British to its knees. And here it is that power of principle. It is that experiment that we are trying to do the right thing that brought about the change that we are the beneficiaries of. I think a year ago, something happened where somebody had a knee on their neck and said, I cannot breathe. And I think today we have an opportunity as an educational institution to prepare a generation of leaders who will rise like phoenix and fill the lungs and be able to say, yes, you can breathe, that we can change this world. I think that's the sacred responsibility we have in terms of student success, in terms of not only producing students who will know the time value of money, who will know the quantum physics, but be a good human being. We go and vote and bring about the change and take the responsibility seriously, that because this is contributing to a better nation, to a better experiment as a nation, more perfect union as they call it. They did not say we have a perfect union, a more perfect union. So I think we have, again, as a faculty, as an institution, and more so as an HBCU, to rise above our small differences that will there in every institution have it, and rise above and contribute and produce that transformation at our campuses, where the generation ahead is going to make that positive, impact on our nation and in this world. I see this opportunity not a sprint. I see this opportunity, Dr. Apini, as a marathon where I have run a little bit, I'm asking to run a little more, but do two things. Be prepared to hand the baton to somebody who will say that I'm taking over something, that I'm going to take it to the next step, make it a little better. But also prepare the runners behind me who are going to come to carry that baton to the goal point. And I think it's doable. And I want to end by saying that HBCUs have always had challenges. We have had always these things that we have to, mandates that we have to satisfy without any investment in terms of resources. But look at what I'm ending with. And it is coming from James Paine in 1776, when General Washington was losing. He didn't have the resources. People were deserting him. He had Thomas Paine to write an essay called The Crisis. And in that crisis, I've only changed one word there. And he had everybody read out, to every soldier, this document was read out, the crisis. And in there was a statement: the harder the challenge, the more glorious the triumph. HBCUs, Southern University, has fulfilled that enormously and well. This is another opportunity for us to rise to the challenge so that our students, our future graduates, will make you proud, make me feel in my retirement that I have contributed to a cause that is worthy, that I have lived a life of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. And on behalf of this committee, I want to say, number one, Dr. Sahu, congratulations for making it to this third and final round, this in-person round of the interview process. Also, thank you for taking the time to be with us today as part of this conversation. And I think I would not be out of place if I say thank you for your service to date to Southern University, Dr. Sahu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you to each of you.
In terms of the path forward, Dr. Sahu, when it comes to this committee, before the close of business today, we would have deliberated and advanced 3 candidates unranked to the President Chancellor for his consideration.
Yes.
And that will complete the charge of this committee. So more than likely, the next time there'll be any communication with you, it will be from the Office of the President Chancellor.
Again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to each of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Colleagues, unless anyone has anything, we will stand adjourned. Dr. Sahu, thank you. We will stand at ease now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Do you need an escort?
If you let me, I'll take this water.
Thank you, sir.
And we have 9 here?
The staff tried to reach him.
Multiple times.
Yeah, so we won't
He
able
was
to get
asking
him.
about Miller. You tried several times.
We never tried to, he was never on. Yeah, he's in Puerto Rico, so I don't know if the phone is not working. But that's okay.
Not yet. Okay, we ready?
Yes.
You're ready, okay. Okay, colleagues, the advisory committee for the search for the executive vice chancellor for academic affairs and provost for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus is called to order. Ms. Gerald, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Apini,
Present.
Dr. Williams,
Here.
Dr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Oswald
Present.
Burns, Ms. Tony Jackson, Mr. Kevin Taylor Joel II,
Present.
Dr. Renita Marshall,
Present.
Dr. Walton,
Here.
Dr. Thomas Miller, Ms. Heather Freeman,
Here.
Mr. Matt Belair,
Here.
Dr. Tony Monaghan,
Here.
and Mr. Maurice Pitt. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Gerald. At this time, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda as printed. I see Dr. Walton, you make the motion to adopt the agenda.
Yes, so moved.
Very good. Need a second?
I second it.
Very good. Motion for, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Ayes have it. The agenda is adopted. Next item, today, the advisory committee conducted 4 in-person interviews. As everyone knows, our charge is to present our President Chancellor, Dr. Belton, with 3 candidates unranked for his consideration. So in order for us to do this, the SUBR Advisory Committee may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217. Discussions regarding the qualifications of the individuals included in its agenda are such matters. While in executive session, the committee may meet with its staff, attorneys, and other persons it deems necessary. No motions or votes may be taken while in executive session. At this time, I will accept a motion. Is there a motion for us to go into executive session?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Thank you. Motion made by Dr. Johnson. I need a second.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Any opposed? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none. Motion passes. We are now officially in executive session. Thank you. Okay, I will call the advisory committee for the executive vice chancellor for academic affairs and provost for SUBR back in order. Roll call, please.
Dr. Penny.
Present.
Dr. Williams. Here. Dr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. DeVerne. Present. Ms. Tony Jackson. Mr. Kevin Taylor II.
Present.
Dr. Marshall.
Present.
Dr. Walton.
Here.
Dr. Miller. Mr. Pitts. Ms. Freeman.
Here.
Mr. Belair.
Here.
Dr. Monaghan. Here. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Gerald. While in executive session, the committee discussed individual qualifications for the executive vice chancellor for academic affairs and provost for Southern University Baton Rouge. While in executive session, no motions were made or votes taken. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to reconvene back in open session.
I'd like to make a motion that we reconvene.
Thank you. We have a motion by Dr. Johnson. I need a second. Second by Dr. DeVerne. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it. We are officially back in open session. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to recommend 3 candidates unranked to advance to the President Chancellor, Dr. Belton, for his consideration.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion to advance those 3 candidates to Dr. Belton's attention. Those candidates being Dr. Mariel Grimes-McGreer, Dr. Bijoy Sahu, and Dr. Peter L. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Valair. We have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion by Mr. Valair, and we have a second by Mr. Gerald, SGA President, Mr. Gerald. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it, motion passes. So once again, for the record, Mr. Valair, if you would read those 3 names again.
Dr. Mariel Grimes-McGreer, Dr. Bijoy Sahu, and Dr. Peter L. Taylor.
Very good. Those will be the 3 names that will be advanced unranked to our President Chancellor for his consideration. Before we adjourn, Madam Chief of Staff, you have any announcements you want to make?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment on behalf of the president again to thank this advisory group for their work. This has been, we understand, and a very arduous process, but we thank you for your commitment, your dedication. Again, I want to remind you all that you are some of our key ambassadors on this campus, and we support you in all that you do, and we hope that this has not tainted your participation in any future search processes only because of the time commitment that it takes. And we know we were pulling you away from the work that you do on a daily basis, but we certainly appreciate all of your efforts and contributions in making this go so seamlessly. And so with the 3 names that you all have selected, those names will be advanced to the president. In addition, as you all are well aware, the deans had the opportunity to engage with the candidates from today. We will also be asking the representative who serves in a dual capacity on the Dean's Council, as well as a member of this advisory committee, to also engage with them and then provide their feedback to the president. In addition to that, we want to make sure that the faculty, the wonderful faculty on this campus, their opinions are taken into account as well. And Dr. DeVerne, thank you for leading the faculty as the Senate President and agreeing to convene this meeting on Wednesday, which will serve as a roundtable discussion with the candidates via Zoom. We will send all of the information and communicate through Dr. DeVerne, who then in turn will filter the information to the faculty. That will be on Wednesday, this Wednesday, beginning at 2 p.m. So Wednesday at 2 p.m. And thank you again, Dr. DeVerne, for your leadership. With that, Mr. Chair, I have no further comments.
Thank you, Madam Chief of Staff. And a moment of personal privilege, I want to thank each of the advisory committee members. Thank you so much for giving of your time, doing all the necessary due diligence. As they say in the Army, I'll get in a foxhole with each of you any given day. So a grateful heart says thank you. And on that note, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So move.
So moved by Mr. Valaire. Need a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. President. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing none in opposition, motion passes. Colleagues, we are officially adjourned. Thank you for your service.